What's up, everyone? What's up, everyone joining in? Let me let the Instagram know that I'm live right now. Give me one quick second. What's up, everyone joining in? We're gonna get the debates going. What's up? How's everybody doing? Let me get everything going. Do give us a quick second. Let me get everything set up. Dean's probably about to rate us here in a quick second. What's up, everyone joining in? Let me let the Instagram know that I'm live. I am live. Alrighty, there we go. What's up? Caitlin, how you doing? What's up, Jess? How you doing? What's up, Smooth Blue? What's up, Lydia? What's up, Harper? What's up, Emma? What's good, everyone joining in? We're going to start getting some debates up here very, very soon. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. That'll be listed up here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. What's good, everyone joining in? I'm going to go to my second account real quick here on TikTok, and we're going to repost my stream to help make sure it gets out to more people. Think of the little crown. Thank you very much. By hitting the arrow in the bottom right and then clicking the repost button on the left side of the screen. What's up, everyone joining in? We're going to start getting some debates up here right now. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty. Let's go on to the first person for some debates here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yeah, I felt like it was going to be a kid based on the background noise. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, well, yeah, 19.
What's your birth year?
It's 2006, September 19th.
They said 18, right? I might have misheard them. They might have said 19. If you were actually, make sure to send a guest request back. I apologize. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We were just looking for some debates. They did say 19. I misheard. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
July.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because I'm supportive of Israel, and he supports Israel, and like what he's doing right now in Iran and the war, I support it.
Would you enlist?
No.
Why not?
Um,
You want us to be offensively fighting for a foreign adversary. Explain why you would not enlist, given that you want us to be funding and fighting for a foreign adversary.
look, relax. People, Iran wants to attack the American people, and they want to attack us. And Israel are like our big. We are allies with Israel, and Israel always helps us. And
So why did Joe Kent say that there was no U.S. intelligence indicating an imminent threat of Iran attacking the United States?
all right, look, listen. Um,
Oh, you're
Look,
trolling? Or
I'm not
do you know
trolling.
that?
I'm not trolling.
So then
I'm
what's your
not
response to
trolling.
that? Do you even know how to respond
Look,
to that?
I support Trump. I support Israel,
Yeah,
and the
but like,
reason
do you
I
know how to
support them.
respond to what I just said?
Repeat what you just said.
I feel like they are trolling. Let's just go on to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. What up, everyone joining in from Dean's stream? What's up? We're gonna get some debates up here very, very quickly. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Play some farm sim, Parker.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Just give us a quick second, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. What's up, everyone joining in from Dean's stream? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Love you, Parker.
Appreciate you, appreciate you. Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Neo, thank you so much for the push of the $10. I have looked into Trump's 2000 run for president. I've actually used it against people specifically that try to bring up how Kamala Harris didn't win the primary in 2020, even though she got like 8 to 15% of the primary support. Like prior to dropping out. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
No, but I just wanted to.
Okay, we are just looking for some debates, everyone. I appreciate you very much. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go on the next individual. Do just give us a quick second, everyone. We'll get someone up here very, very soon. Jenny, thank you for the $5 in PayPal. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parky Poo, Trump 2020.
I feel like they're trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, do give it a quick second, everyone. We will get someone up here very, very soon. Sometimes it takes a second to get some people up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, did you miss
What
me,
is
Parker?
this? Is this the
Parker,
same person?
you missed me? You remember me?
Did you just say Parky Poo? Is that you?
I don't know. I never said Parky Poo. What are you talking about, dude?
Oh, you weren't the last person that just said that. How old are you?
I'm 18.
And why do you have a AI picture? Is that me twice, or is that me and Dean? I
That's
can't
you,
tell.
Dean, and Joe Biden.
Okay, so why do you have an AI picture of me, Dean, and Joe Biden kissing?
It's awesome, man. It's just awesome to look at, you know.
Why? Why'd you do that?
What? I mean, or yeah, you remember me whenever I went on Dean's Live and you had poop in your mouth? Remember that?
Okay, why do you keep doing this?
What's wrong with doing it? Come on, Parker.
It's like really weird. Like, would you like show people in your like typical life that you made
Oh
this?
no, I show them this all the time, Park.
Okay, well, I bet they think very highly of you.
They do actually.
Interesting.
What's wrong with that, Parker?
This is a weird obsession that you have here to a weird
It's
degree.
not.
Like, why don't you just like engage intellectually with my arguments instead of doing this?
I'm a big fan.
You said you're a Trump supporter.
No, what? I said I was 18. I'm a big fan. Like, why are you like flaming your own audience, bud?
Bro, that's okay. I'm sorry. That's a weird thing to do if you support me. Still, that's still a weird thing to do. Making a picture of me kissing Dean and Biden. An AI picture. That's really weird. Yeah, that still is weird. You still shouldn't do that if you support me. And also, why are you sending a guest request? Doing that and the shit thing. I don't even remember what they said. Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria list in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Line, thank you so much for the appreciate the whale diving. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Ooh, la, loo, la, lee, la, loo.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's try the next individual. I do apologize. Sometimes it takes a second to get some people up here. Tina, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Was it so bad today? Sometimes it's like this.
Hail Hitler,
Yo, what's up?
nigger. Hail Hitler, nigger. Hail Hitler, nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 28. Can you hear
Do
me?
you support Trump?
I will say that I did vote for him in 2016,
If the election were held
and
today,
I
Harris versus
have
Trump,
regretted
who
that
would your other...
since.
Oh, okay. Sounds like you don't support Trump anymore. Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
29.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
If the election were held today and it was Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure. Why do you support Trump?
Mostly his foreign policy.
Okay. What about his foreign policy?
I think he's establishing America's dominance, as it should be, as a global hegemon.
Okay, so establishing America's dominance. What does that mean? They left. Okay. Alrighty. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thank you. Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Do give us a quick second. I apologize. Sometimes it takes a second to get some people up here. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer. I feel like that's what today. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on the next individual. Alrighty, do give it a quick second, everyone. Looks like we have a bunch of trolls. Do give us a quick minute. Thank you for the hand art. Thank you, thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Have you been on my live recently?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we debate again?
No. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fucking ball torch.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up?
Hello?
How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2004.
Okay, and what month?
August.
And you said you're how old again?
22.
And 2004? Okay. In August, that would be 23.
Alright, I'm old enough, okay? Just, can you believe me? I'm actually old enough.
Okay, then why do you tell
I'll
me
give
your
you my
actual
real
age?
date. I'm 18 December 2nd, 07. Yeah, am I old enough to be up
Okay.
here?
Yeah, why'd you lie about your age, though?
Well, because I
If you-
wasn't
if you
sure. Like,
already are 18.
yeah, because I didn't know if you'd let me on.
Sorry, 21. Chat, I don't know. I said 23.
Sorry about that.
It says 18 plus.
Oh, sorry about
So
that. I didn't see.
I don't know why you would have felt like lying there.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Sorry.
Okay. Why do you support
I mean,
Trump?
you see how fast I gave my age though when I said 18. So I'm actually 18.
True. Why do you support Trump?
Because I disagree with a lot of the ideologies from the left.
Such as?
Transgenderism.
Okay. What about trans people specifically do you disagree with and gets you to want to support such a horrible candidate for president?
I feel like an intuitive feeling shouldn't be established as objective truth.
Okay. So like when Trump says the climate's going to start cooling, science just doesn't know it yet, his feeling about that should not demonstrate what's true, correct?
Well, just to be clear, like when I say I am supportive of Trump, I align with some of his ideologies, not all. I'm not too familiar with things he said in the past. I just know that he's not in support of those things, of transgenderism, I guess.
But like you just said that you're not willing to vote for Democrats because they agree with something that you think denies science, which one, I don't think it denies science to accept trans identity. But let's just assume that's true. You're totally okay with supporting Trump even though he literally believes the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet. He actively denies science, says he's denying science, and you still support him. Doesn't that sound
Sure.
hypocritical to you?
I guess you could say that, but and no one's perfect, right?
Okay, so then why do you say that standard's necessary for Democrats but not for Republicans like Trump?
Well, there's a hierarchy of belief that I hold to. There's certain bigger beliefs that I hold to that I disagree with strongly, and for that reason, I will be, agreeing
Okay,
with
such as?
transgenderism. So I'm up
Okay,
here.
wait, why? So why do you uniquely care about that more than denying science in terms of climate change?
Well, because I view climate change as trivial. It doesn't really affect me.
Oh, okay, I think that climate change affects you a lot more than trans people.
Well, no, I think the ideology that is pushed in today's
Okay,
time
what
is definitely
specific
affecting.
ideology?
Well, like, dude, for the promotion of like hormone and putting all that stuff in kids and stuff,
No, who's promoting putting hormones in kids?
people who have them in their body. Who else?
Okay.
And you too.
I have a question. Do you think I should have been able to get access to Accutane when I was 16?
Well, I think there's distinctions, right?
Well,
Like
I'm asking, do
Accutane
you
is
think I
gonna
should have
help
been
you.
able? Okay, but that affects my hormones. Are you saying
Absolutely, but
Are you saying
Accutane helps
I
you
should
feel
be able
more
to get access to
confident.
Accutane because it will benefit me psychologically
No,
speaking?
no, that's not what I'm saying. Accutane
that-
helps
'cause
people
that's
in
the
the sense that
benefit, right?
it raises their confidence.
Oh, is
Uh,
that's psychological, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay, so you're saying I should be able to get access to something that affects my hormones as a kid, right? Specifically because it will benefit me psychologically speaking.
Well, dude, I think you're just like committing a generalizational fallacy now.
What generalization? Tell me what is this generalization fallacy? I've never heard.
Well, you think
about
that
this.
well, what I said about everything, like you think that with Accutane specifically, you think that for some reason I would have a problem with that. Like you're trying to equate it to people
Well, it affects
pumping
and
drugs into
changes
their
your
bodies and
hormones.
stuff.
Does
Like,
it not?
it does, but that's not the same thing.
It
Right.
is.
It's not going to be changing my body. It's not going to be
It is
making
changing
me
your body
affecting.
to take Accutane.
Wait.
What are you talking about?
Well, yeah. Well, look.
Do you
just
know
to
what
be clear,
Accutane
though,
is?
Yes, I'm aware of what Accutane is.
Okay, so then
But
it clearly
has a
is
positive
affecting your body and
consequence.
its physical appearance, correct?
It has a positive consequence. Well, positive consequence
Oh, a
does
positive
birth
consequence
with
on
all
what?
that
My
stuff have
psychological
hormones.
health? Same thing with gender affirming care.
What positive consequences does that have?
Yeah, scientifically speaking, there's a positive consequence in terms of people getting gender affirming care. That's why people are going to get gender affirming care in these instances.
No, but
It's
what
determined
is
by
the
the doctor, by the parents, and by the kid in that scenario. The same way that it was determined with me specifically that way when I was getting Accutane. Actually, there's a more lengthy process specifically with getting
Okay.
access to gender affirming
get
care
you, bro.
than it is to get access to Accutane, right? Literally, right? When I was 16.
Dude, look, I don't
Or
really
actually, I
care
might have
about
even
your
been 15.
anecdotal
It was
story,
like 15
okay?
or 16.
Cool.
That's
But look, what positive consequences are with pumping your body full of drugs to
Wait, that's
try
what
to appear
Accutane is.
to try to
That's what
appear as
Accutane
the
does,
opposite
right?
gender, to try to appear as the opposite gender, to try to
Wait,
feed the
because there are
delusional
because there are
subjective.
psychological benefits in relation to the fact that this is prescribed someone's gender identity, right? For trans people,
Okay,
it's
dude, but
very
look,
effective.
Dude, with the pumping of hormones and all that, dude, that's to feed the subjective ideology, not the
Wait,
truth.
you know that that's not just true for trans people; it's also true for cis individuals.
Well, within Accutane?
There are younger males specifically that take testosterone as well.
Yeah, to enhance themselves in the gym.
Yeah, so do you think they should be able to do
So
that?
wait, a male taking testosterone for
Yeah, I have a
like,
question. Do you think
for muscle gain?
Yeah, do you think that kids should be able to get access to that? Yeah, hormone replacement therapy.
No, dude, not kids, dude. Not kids, absolutely
Okay, so
not.
you don't think 16-year-olds should be able to get access to TRT?
No, dude, that fries their heart and all that crap,
Okay.
bro.
Okay, sure. Well, then. you're
Wait, how
making
does
an
this help
argument
your argument exactly? How does this help
then.
your
I
argument
was seeing what
exactly?
your position is.
Okay.
I was asking a question about what your position was
I mean, yeah,
to
dude,
see if
drugs
you
in
were going to be
general-
hypocritical on this.
Yeah, so drugs in general are going
You
to
clearly were
affect
okay
the
with
body in some
affecting.
way.
You clearly were okay with affecting hormone levels, specifically the Accutane, though. That was interesting. So at least based upon that
Well, yeah,
fact.
Accutane has a different consequence than all these
Okay.
other ones.
So
I mean,
by the
they're
way,
all bad
and
in a way.
wait, so are you
so-
saying if it leads to a positive consequence? Well, that is determined to be true specifically when we're talking about like a trans kid, right? I'm saying if it's determined specifically to be effective by the parents, by the kid, and by the doctor, obviously in that circumstance they should be able to get access to it.
What about the people that hop on hormones and unalive themselves or suffer from depression and anxiety?
Well, isn't this specifically to help with that, to limit that from happening?
Wait, pumping drug? No, that's an influence. That's
No,
the part why that's what
gender
was a
affirming
result
care
of.
reduces suicidality. You know that, right? That's an
Well, from
important
what I've heard
reason.
from Knowles, that's not what I heard from Knowles, but
Well, there's a bibliography in my bio that demonstrates that to be true. If you want to dispute that, you're disputing the facts.
well, I think there's certain cases to help my argument just as much as yours. So
Okay, show them. Because I have a
I don't
bibliography
have
in
them
my
with me
bio of
currently.
like an entire Google Doc of sources.
No, I understand. I don't have them with me though. But
Okay,
just to be
I
clear,
do.
I know, but just to be clear, my argument is just based upon the fact that a subjective worldview is not going to derive truth. That's why I don't agree
This
with
isn't subjective. I
transgenderism.
just referenced studies in a bibliography.
No, the feeling of gender dysphoria.
Oh,
That.
so gender dysphoria isn't only experienced by trans people.
Yeah, but the action itself, okay, is what I disagree with. The action
Okay, so now it's
change.
not about being trans. It's about gender
No, dude,
dysphoria and
dude,
the acting upon limiting
no,
your
it's
gender
like
dysphoria. Is that
it's
what you're
like
saying?
one action influences another, and then kind of like a domino effect. Okay.
Okay, so like you're more worried about this than like Donald Trump covering up the Epstein files?
Sorry, what'd you say? You got muted for a
You're
second.
more worried about this than Trump covering up the Epstein files?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so then why do you support Trump then?
Well, dude,
You're willing to
well,
overlook that he's literally
this
been
is a
trying to
problem,
cover up
okay?
the Epstein files. He
Well,
brought
this
us
is
to
a
war with
problem. I
Iran
don't
to
think
cover
you've
up the
heard
Epstein
me.
files.
I don't
And
think
quite
you've heard
literally,
me.
you're trying to act like, oh, trans people or trans people or trans kids specifically are like somehow a threat to our society. It's ridiculous.
Look, I'm with you on the files. I think they should be released 100%,
So how do
completely,
you feel about the Trump
cleared.
administration that's actively speaking, limiting the release of the files?
Not good, obviously.
So, but don't you see as that to be conflicting with your idea that you're trying to protect children?
Absolutely, it would be.
Okay, so then how can you say that you support Trump given that you want to protect children?
Well, I mean, because again, I've stated that there's certain ideologies that I agree with from Trump. In a
But
hierarchy, again, I've
so your
established.
specific views on trans people somehow override caring about the fact that he's
When
literally
was that ever
prevented the
established?
release of the Epstein files. He literally was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He tried to undermine our democracy. He called for the termination of
Sexually
all rules,
liable is not
regulations, and
proof.
articles in the Constitution. What's up? It is
Sexually
proof.
liable.
He was held liable of sexual abuse.
Wait, the claims of others is proof?
Wait, he was held liable in a civil court. So we can legally claim that he sexually abused Eugene Carroll.
Isn't that just an appeal to legality?
Wait, I'm sorry, do you not accept the determinations from civil courts?
No, isn't that just an appeal to legality?
To say that you accept the determinations from civil courts in typical? No, it's to say that
No.
it's to say that the evidence specifically indicates that most determinations are true. So unless you have good reason to indicate a specific determination is false, you're going to believe it to be true. That's actually just
Okay,
based
so
upon
basically,
evidence.
yeah. So just basically go and believe it to be true, even though you can't actually provide an argument
Well,
for
because
why.
because of typically the case, it's going to determine things to be accurate. Like for example, do you typically accept criminal convictions?
So, yeah, sometimes.
Okay. Okay, but have you looked at the case to know what specific evidence determines that they are guilty? No. You say that criminal cases typically determine things to be true, so unless you have good reason to say that a certain criminal conviction is false, you're not going to dispute it. Not to say
Well, yeah,
that
I mean, I
all
guess
criminal
it-
convictions are true, but
Yeah.
it's to say that it's most likely to be the case, so you accept it until proven otherwise, because of the fact that it's so likely to be true. Same thing is true with the civil court. Okay, and that's why you think that undocumented immigrants that are literally violating civil law, not criminal law, because 40% of undocumented immigrants in the country are overstaying their visas. So they came in the country legally, and then they're overstaying their visa, which is in violation of civil law, not criminal law. So you accept the determinations in the civil courts against everyone specifically who has been in the country undocumented, who specifically overstayed their visa, but you're not willing to accept the determination in a civil court against Donald Trump. That seems to be absurd to me.
Well, no, it's because I just don't find enough reliable evidence to establish that he actually did that.
Can you
For-
name one
for,
piece
like-
of evidence in the case you dispute?
Well, the claims of those who claim that they were assaulted, right? The person claim not remembering where, what time, like those are all kind of like a little bit sketchy, you know,
She did remember where.
the time.
Bergdorf Goodman. Did you know that's a where?
No, who was that other person?
So 1995 to 1996 is within a time period.
Sure. No, I wasn't aware of that one. No.
Okay, well, I'm talking about Eugene Carroll, someone who determined that Donald
Right,
Trump was
her.
sexually abused her in a civil court. literally an entire unanimous decision of 9 people, a jury of Donald Trump's peers, determined that he sexually abused Eugene Carroll. And you sit there and you deny that.
Well, I mean, claims aren't objective truths, so.
Wait, so you say court determinations aren't objective truth? Is that what you just said? So what reason do you have to dispute the court determination? Because you typically accept the determinations from courts.
What do you mean by court determination? Like,
yeah, the court determines something to be true. You typically accept what the courts say, right?
typically,
Unless you have
yeah.
good reason to believe otherwise, correct?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, so if that's true, well then why aren't you going to say that you dispute it in this scenario? You're going to have good reason to say otherwise. What good reason do you have?
Well, I mean, it's simple. I mean, I would never be able to actually prove it, right? Like, I would never, like if a guy does something and the court says that he did it, but they don't have like proof, like genuine proof.
Wait,
that
there's proof. That's what they determined the civil case based upon in terms of holding him liable. If there wasn't proof, he wouldn't have been held liable. There has been evidence submitted in the case. Can you name one piece of evidence in the case you dispute?
No, I can't.
Because you don't know anything about the case you dispute. You're just assuming that it's wrong. That's all you're doing. You're assuming.
What do you mean when
you're assuming that it's wrong?
Why am I assuming that's wrong?
You're assuming the civil case in the civil determination, right, is wrong. That's what you're doing. You didn't look at the evidence. You didn't even look into the case at all. You know nothing about the case. You're literally just assuming that the determination from the civil court is wrong. Why? Because the person being accused is Trump.
No, that's not it at all.
That is absolutely the reason.
Enough.
Otherwise, what is the? You said you don't have enough reason to believe it to be true. You haven't even looked at the case. How could you make that determination? You said you typically accept the determinations from civil courts, but then for some reason, you're not acknowledging that in this scenario, you'd have to have good reason to say why you don't accept the determination. You didn't have good reason at all. Because based upon what you just said, you wouldn't accept any case because you don't know the specific evidence in the case that's been listed.
Well, this particular one I haven't studied enough, that's why.
Yeah, but yet you're willing to make a determination on it?
Well, because I'm not aware. I'm not sure right now. That's why.
Yeah, did you ever even look at it in the first place?
No.
Okay, so then, like, how are you ever going to make a determination on that when you've never even looked at it?
What determination did I make?
You literally said that you think that this was bullshit, right?
No, I didn't. I said that I wasn't aware, that I don't find enough evidence, that I'm not sure. I'm in a neutral stance right now. That's what it is.
Okay, so you're not sure. So do you typically accept the determinations from civil courts?
Typically.
Yes, you do, right? Meaning you're going to accept this unless you have good reason otherwise. You don't have good reason otherwise, therefore you're going to accept it, right? So you accept that Donald Trump sexually abused Eugene Carroll, okay?
See that.
If based upon you accepting that Donald Trump sexually abused Eugene Carroll, would you say? Why do you say that you still support him for president? Why would you say that you'd still vote for him?
Because again, dude, there's certain things that that his ideas align with that mine do.
So even though you believe he sexually abused a woman, you'd still be willing to vote for him because he aligns with you on some mysterious position.
I'm on a neutral stance again.
Yeah, how can you be neutral on the president sexually abusing a woman? Like, answer this question. Do you think it should be illegal for people held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman to run for president of the United States?
If they objectively did it, absolutely not.
No, if they were held civilly liable.
What do you mean? Like, if
that's the standard that we're using to determine it in this scenario. If they've been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, right, or criminally convicted of sexually abusing someone, do you think that it should be illegal for them to run for president of the United States?
Well, that's a tough question because we can't prove, right? From that side, we couldn't prove.
Do you think it should be illegal? I'm asking you a question.
Well, dude, it's hard to say, dude. Because the accusations themselves could be simply
Why is it hard to say? This is a bipartisan thing. We should, across the board, be able to say if someone has been held civilly liable of sexually abusing someone or criminally convicted of sexually abusing someone, it should be illegal for them to run for president of the United States. We have to have standards on our president, okay? In the same way that we wouldn't allow them to be a gym teacher, in the same way that we wouldn't allow them to be a babysitter, in the same way that we wouldn't allow them to work in any position of power, we should not allow them to be president of the United States.
Well, just to be clear, people are accused all the time of things that they've never done, and they go to jail and they've been proven innocent after years. So like you're basically saying that they shouldn't be able to be given a chance either to be president, right?
Well, if they're proven innocent, then after once they've been proven innocent, because again they've been convicted, they'd be able to run. We have to have standards.
Right. So right. So that's what I'm trying to say, dude. It's like we're both in this kind of unsure, right? You try to view it as an objective truth, even though these claims. Right, you're just gonna appeal to the majority, of claims and try to establish it as pure evidence, which is wrong.
I'm not just looking at the majority. I'm telling you what the
like,
evidence indicates to
I
be
know.
true. I'm telling you what the courts have determined to be the case, what a jury of your peers voted on. Okay?
Right.
The jury of your peers did know the evidence. You don't know the evidence. Yet you're going to sit here and dispute what they said.
Look, let me frame it this way. Imagine someone with power, right, trying to rise even higher. And people who dislike him, what do you think they would do? What do you think is the most logical thing? They would try to bring him down, right? Well, how? Right? With these accusations and all this stuff, like, dude, doesn't that just make sense? Like, that people would try to bring him down for that reason? I mean, Obama had the files back then. Why didn't he release them sooner?
Well, they were sealed through 2024, right? And by the way, the DOJ
Why?
was independent under the Biden administration, the Obama administration, and prior administrations to Trump. So that would be up to the Attorney General, right? So it was sealed through 2024 completely, and then through 2025 there were investigations into co-conspirators and Ghislaine Maxwell through 2025. And now, for any of these situations in which they had the ability to release them, Merrick Garland absolutely under the Biden administration should have done so. I don't understand how that's going to be,
just real quick,
Biden or Harris or Obama's fault specifically.
Right. So who released the files, the DOJ or Trump?
Who released the files? It was the DOJ under Trump's administration, but that doesn't mean that they've released all of the files. They still have yet to release all of the files.
I got that.
And they've tried to prevent the release of the files. So actually,
so wait, do you think that?
Wait, why did the DOJ release it? Was it because Congress forced them?
I'm not sure.
It is. Because Trump tried to get Marjorie Taylor Greene to not release the files, and when she wanted to keep releasing the files, Donald Trump called her a traitor and still calls her a traitor. So quite literally, under his administration, although they are the ones that released it, it's because of the fact that they were forced by Congress. And by the way, they haven't released all of them yet. They haven't even been complying with the law completely. Yeah. Whereas,
so
again, if the Democrats were in office, they would comply with the law.
So why didn't they just redact the parts of Trump where we read in the files of those disgusting claims that happened, or those disgusting?
I mean, there's been plenty of things redacted associated with Trump.
Yeah, but specifically what we were familiar with, right? With the things that he's been accused of doing.
Yeah, he was credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files. There were interviews associated with that, 3 different interviews.
Why wasn't that redacted by Trump?
They scrubbed it. They were scrubbing it. What are you talking about? They did.
No. Dude,
there was an
NPR we can literally go read it right now.
NPR investigation into the fact that they were scrubbing this, and that was subpoenaed in terms of Pam Bondi, and that got them to then release it. Which, by the way, they still haven't released the conclusions from those interviews.
Yeah, dude, we're all waiting for that.
Yeah, why haven't they released them?
No, but I guess, dude, it's simple. So if we read about
answer
those
the question,
terrible
why
things that
haven't
he
they
did,
released them?
well, because they're trying to hide the stuff that
They're trying to hide the
right?
conclusion. Why? If Trump's innocent, why would they hide? Why would they want to hide the conclusion?
Well, I mean, there's other people in power who that might.
No, we're specifically talking about the accusation against Trump. We're not even talking about the accusations against other people. We're talking about the ones against Trump. Why are they not okay with releasing the conclusion about the interviews if it exonerates Trump? That makes literally no fucking sense at all, okay? The only reason it would even make sense for them to do that in the very first place is if it is the case that they believe it will incriminate Trump. That's literally the only logical reason.
I guess so, yeah. That does seem like the most logical thing to conclude, yeah.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so if that's what the most logical thing to conclude is in this particular scenario, why do you still support Trump?
Well, I guess out of the choices, I wouldn't want to kill humans, and I wouldn't want to support people who...
You wouldn't want to kill humans? This war with Iran that Trump started, is that killing humans?
Trump didn't start the war, Israel did.
Trump did start the war. That is a fact.
Wait, so Israel didn't ask for help?
Wait, I'm sorry. And he said yes. Israel asked for help under the Trump or under the Biden administration.
Otherwise, they would use nuclear
and Biden said no. Wait, they never
yes.
said they would use nuclear weapons. They haven't even admitted they have nuclear. They haven't even admitted they have nukes, dude. What are you talking about?
You don't think they do?
Wait, I think they do, but they haven't even admitted it.
Wait, so... All right, bro.
So what do you mean that they threatened to nuke? They threatened to nuke. They haven't even admitted to having nukes.
That's what I heard that they had threatened to
Yeah,
use,
people have just been saying that. Where did you see that? And by the way, if they threaten to
use,
use nukes, we want to do whatever we can to prevent them from having nukes, right?
so we would join the war, right, and help them. Doesn't that seem
No,
logical?
no, it would be logical to try to prevent Israel from having nukes then.
How would we do that?
How do we do that? We try to do a nuclear deal
By
that
assisting
specifically
them in
gets it
war.
to prevent or to have surveillance over the enrichment facilities of both specifically Israel and Iran.
Oh, so that's how you would do it, right? Do you
That's
think your
the
plan
only
would work
logical
100%?
way to do it. Is to
Or you could assist them in war.
What's that?
Or you could assist them in war.
No, it makes sense to do it through diplomacy, in the same way that we did it through diplomacy through Obama's administration. But apparently Trump is weak and ineffective, and he'd rather go to war with Iran than negotiate.
Oil, bro. Oil.
So you say oil, but you're not acting like right now the oil prices are high right now. The oil prices are high right now, and literally it's been made worse off because of Trump's administration. And then Trump tried to justify the high oil prices, saying, "Oh, we're going to make a lot of money."
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
Trump supporters changed on that one really quickly. They really quickly changed their tune.
Do you think I support everything that he does?
Well, I said Trump supporters in general. And I mean, you'll still support him even if he's done some of the worst things you can possibly imagine a human being could do.
Dude, absolutely not, but you'd have to prove
I
it.
mean, you literally said the logical conclusion would be that he's incriminated in the context of the files relating to a victim that accused Donald Trump of sexually assaulting them, right? Literally, and saying that Epstein trafficked her to Trump, right? Literally.
Yeah, this is just
And
based on a
you're willing to
probabilistic
overlook
inference.
all of that, right?
This is based on probability, though. Dude.
Wait, but they got a
This isn't
settlement with the
truth,
Epstein estate.
objectively. What?
They got a settlement with the Epstein estate. Their accusations against Epstein were determined to be credible. They accused Epstein also of
Who determined them to be
trafficking them to
credible?
Trump. The FBI and the federal government. In the
Oh, dude,
context
they're
of these
all
interviews.
broken, bro. We all know that they're all corrupt.
Oh,
dude.
okay, so now they're all corrupt.
Yeah, he killed Kennedy, dude. Come on.
You know, this was under Trump's administration when they did this?
In the 60s, what?
No,
When
in
they
19.
unalived Kennedy?
19 through 21.
Well, what are you talking about? I'm talking about Kennedy.
Yeah, the interviews were 19 through 21. So some of this was under Trump's administration.
Oh, yeah, I was not aware of that.
Yep.
Look, dude, here's the thing. I'll admit when I'm wrong or when I'm misinformed, okay? But when you try to rely on like probability and on claims, then that becomes really difficult to try to discuss.
I'm sorry. All of what we believe is based upon probability and evidence.
What exactly?
Everything in which we believe to be true empirically is based upon probability and
Oh,
evidence.
empirically. Okay, got that.
Yeah. You believe things based upon evidence, correct?
Yeah, that's true. Is
Okay,
is
that's
claiming something
probabilistic.
evidence?
Evidence is probabilistic.
Wait, but if I could claim something that is false, would that be evidence? Would that make it like true?
No, just because you claim
Because I
something
have
doesn't
that
make it
power.
right
I
or
have
wrong.
that potency. Yeah,
No,
when I claim
claim-
something, I have the
cla-
potency to claim something incorrect or something like that I make up.
No. I mean, I think you're a pretty good fact checker because if you say something, it's likely wrong. So whatever you say, I take the opposite of that, and it's probably true. So I mean,
Really?
you might be right with that. That might be a basis of demonstrating evidence here.
Sure. No, dude, yeah, but I don't know. Like for me personally, I find it hard to really believe on what people claim to have happened. Like I don't know. I feel like we would need objective proof, specifically with the things that he's been accused of.
There has been. Like, and what do you consider objective proof?
Like, for example, camera footage.
So you need camera footage of him assaulting a minor to believe that he's assaulted a minor? Would you say that
no.
about all the
Not-
people that were
not-
on the
not-
island? Would you not believe that they've done anything wrong, even though they've been on the island, because you don't see a video of them doing that?
Well, sorry, what was the question?
Do you think Howard Lutnick, who was on the island, did anything wrong?
I'm not familiar with who that is, but
Howard
I'm
Lutnick is
assuming
a
he's done
person on the
wrong.
Trump administration, Secretary of Commerce, has not been fired by Trump, has admitted to being on the island after saying he'd never been on the island, and there's also been a picture of him with Epstein on the island.
Yeah, dude. I think he should be. I don't know. I mean, I think that well, if he's there, it's likely that he did some terrible things. So I mean,
Okay, so
I don't
then
know,
why
like,
hasn't
but to
Trump
like,
fired him?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Oh,
Isn't
and by
that
the way,
interesting? Isn't that something that you need to investigate if you care about like children, right?
yeah, sure, absolutely.
Okay,
Oh, and by
that
the
should
way,
be something
your
that you
comments
should
are like,
investigate immediately.
yeah, your comment section is absolutely like disgusting, by the way. But
Cool.
absolutely, look, dude. So the problem, dude, is that again, I don't align with Trump. Probably not even like 60%. There's just certain beliefs that I hold to, especially like as someone who, as a theist, that I just couldn't possibly agree with from your party, and that's why all I'm up here. And we've just digressed completely
You,
from the
you know
original
that Joe
topic.
Biden and Kamala Harris are both Christian, right?
No, they're not. You can't kill
They
humans
are.
and call yourself a Christian. Sorry, it's not
You
how it
can't do
works.
what?
You can't just unalive humans and call yourself a Christian.
Do Christians sin ever?
Absolutely, no Christian is perfect.
Okay, so then why are you arguing they sin, therefore they are not Christian?
Well, because they're willingly choosing, right, to do X.
Wait, but
If, for
don't
example,
you
I
do you
don't.
willingly sin?
Do I
Wow, you
willingly
can't admit to
sin?
willingly sinning? Wow.
Like, what do you mean by willingly
Repent to
sinning?
Jesus
Like,
Christ right now. What do you mean? What do I mean? The same way, same sense of the way that you just used the term. When you say willingly sinning, have you ever
like choosing
willingly
to
sinned?
sin.
Do you willingly sin?
Well, I think, yeah,
Intentionally sinning?
absolutely, for
Yeah,
sure,
you do?
absolutely. I'm not
Okay,
perfect.
so then you're not real Christian.
No,
Because you
no,
said
no.
if you
That's not what
intentionally
Christianity
sin, that
teaches.
means that you're not a real Christian. That's what you just said.
No, no. Christianity does not expect perfection.
Okay, so then why are you saying that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, because they're not perfect, because they have sinned, that means that they're not Christian?
Well,
That doesn't
and here's
sound
the
very
thing, dude.
smart.
Yeah, here's the thing, Parker. Look, there's a hierarchy of sin, right? There's worse sins than others. I think that if you're in support of killing human beings, God's creation, that's like objectively worse than whatever I do.
I mean, your
Right? Would
Trump
you agree?
administration is defending that specifically with their war in
Oh, great,
Iran.
dude.
But
Look,
if you're talking about
I'm not
allowing
talking about the
people to do,
Trump
you're talking
administration.
about allowing people to do this. So let me ask you this question: do you think allowing people to get access to an abortion is wrong?
In a lot of cases, yes. I know where you're gonna
In a
go
lot
from
of
this.
cases, so not all cases.
Like, dude, how much percent of abortions are all like
Wait, no, I'm just asking if
health
you
use?
allow for people to get access or allow the people the choice to get access to an abortion, is that wrong?
Allowing people to, yes, but medical
It is. So
necessity is a
so
different
is God all
factor,
good?
so absolutely,
Okay, so God gave everyone free will, right?
yes.
So God allowed for people to commit abortion, right?
No,
No? So God's not allowing people to commit
no,
abortion.
no. Sorry. Oh, I thought you said something else. No, he's allowing it.
Okay, so he did something
Would he
wrong.
be
You
for
just
it?
said it
No.
was immoral to allow people to get the choice to get access to an abortion. You admitted God allowed people the choice to get access to abortion. Therefore, under your view, God did something immoral, therefore is not all good.
No, because allowing something is not the same as directly influencing it or directly
Okay.
having a cause in it.
Exactly. So
Okay.
Kamala Harris and Joe Biden want to allow for abortions to occur. That does not mean they directly caused it. Good job.
Yeah, but they didn't create humans. They don't have dictation over whether a human should live or not, right?
Okay.
This is
and
why I
so
disagree with the
so that
pro-choice
should give them
defense.
even less of an obligation to prevent them.
What do you mean?
So like you're not even giving a good argument.
no.
So you still have
that would mean
so by
that
the way,
they
you just
shouldn't
proved
dictate
here,
humans.
right? What you've just proved is that it's not immoral to allow people to get access to an abortion.
Yes, it is. If someone else is allowing it, yeah. If another human is dictating another human life, that's different.
Okay, wait. So it's only wrong for humans to do it.
Yes, because
But if
we're
you're
all
not
equal.
human, then it's okay. The same action.
If you're the creator of humans, just to be
But
clear, if you're the
same
creator of
action.
humans,
So if God committed the same action as a human, it would be wrong for the human to do it, but it'd be good for God to do it.
oh, that's not logically grounded. God wouldn't just allow, or I'm sorry, he wouldn't directly control or directly influence or directly do those things.
So you're saying
That are
God would
immoral.
not allow people the choice to get access
No, I
to an
didn't say
abortion?
that. I said no, I didn't say that.
So
I
you're
rephrased
saying
it.
God would allow people the choice to get access to an abortion, correct?
No, so here's the thing, right? After the fall, the world is just completely broken, right? As I'm sure you're familiar with, which is why sin exists, which is why these terrible things exist. So when Jesus comes for a second time, he's going to judge all the terrible, corrupt things that humanity has done. So currently, it is being allowed. That's right. But he's going to, when he comes again, he's going to correctly justify his terrible actions.
So it's not
that they've
immoral to allow for abortion to occur.
For if it's up to another human, then it absolutely is. But if you're
Wait.
going to say that it,
Where does it say in the Bible that you should make abortion access illegal?
it doesn't talk about abortion, dude.
Oh, okay. It actually does. In Numbers 5, it specifically says that you should get an abortion if you've cheated on your husband. And
I'm
you
sure
become
that in
pregnant.
context,
It says
I'm sure that
specifically
in
in that
context,
context you should drink bitter water, which
Sure,
induces
sure.
an intentional miscarriage.
And the people who study the Bible, I'm sure that there's
Yeah, it literally tells
specific
you to
refutation
get
for
an
that.
abortion in that context.
I'm sure there's a specific refutation for that, especially people
Yeah,
who are
and
more
I'm
knowledgeable than
surprised.
you are about the
And
Bible.
one, there's not, and two, even if there
I
was,
don't
you
think
wouldn't
so.
know it. So, because apparently you haven't done the research.
I haven't done the research. Look, dude, here's the thing: is I'm not as knowledgeable
That's okay.
regarding a lot of things, but again, to try to equate right God allowing something to humans allowing something is just it's a terrible argument.
How?
The creator of humans,
How is that a terrible argument?
because he created humans.
But like that doesn't make it a terrible argument. To say that
Yes, it does.
you're just trying to
Because
say
we're
the same
equal.
action if humans were to do it and God were to do it, it'd be wrong for humans to do it, but good for God to
Because
do
we're
it.
all equal. Because we're all equal. Than us.
Okay, that makes no sense. That's
Why?
like saying it would be justified for God to commit adultery in human form.
That would go against his nature, so that wouldn't be logically
Wait,
valid.
wait, but like you just said, it doesn't make sense to compare God to humans. What would be wrong with them doing that?
Because an action is distinct from allowing something.
What? I'm confused.
If the act,
That's it's
look, so
wait,
like,
that's is that not something that God chooses to do? Is to allow
that's
that.
why the action itself is distinct from allowing something to happen.
Yeah, so then why would it be wrong for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to allow abortions to occur? Because that's distinct from an action themselves.
Well, dude, look, if they could get an abortion, they absolutely would, many times, because they're terrible, horrible demons, right? But it's not up to them.
I don't think that's the case. I think that I think, for example, like, I mean, Joe Biden, one, can't get an abortion, so I don't know how he would do that.
That's why I said if, dude.
So then
Right.
can you explain to me? I mean, it's very likely that Donald Trump has paid for abortions.
Dude, look, dude, I'm gonna say this one more time. I don't think he's a good
I think that's a
person.
lot
I think
more
he's a
likely.
perfect person, right? I don't agree with many things.
Now
he's
now
done.
it's all they're not a perfect person. You see how immediately he's willing to make excuses for
When
Trump?
did I establish he was? When did I ever say he was? When was that?
Yeah, but
ever
like
my
you're
argument?
willing to apply all of these standards to Biden and to Harris, but never apply them to Trump, right?
Well, dude, look, I don't support Trump in that sense, but if it was the only option,
What do you mean you don't support
Between
Trump
him
in
and-
that sense? You're on a live stream right now arguing why you would vote for him.
because that's the only choice, dude.
No,
Between
it's not.
him and
Harris is another
Kamala and-
choice.
No, dude, Camel's not another choice, dude. Like, you
Kamala is
cannot-
another choice. Objectively is another choice.
Dude, no, dude, she isn't. Bro.
Yes.
Come on, bro. No,
No,
because
she
the-
isn't
from
is
what
not an
from what
argument.
she believes in, and from what I understand, that a lot of her beliefs go against mine.
Okay.
And
So,
from what we can
but
see,
don't
from
don't a
Trump,
lot.
bro.
Wait. Don't you not have to agree with them on everything?
Yeah,
You just said
that's
you
true.
don't have to agree with Trump on everything. So why do you have to agree with Harris on everything?
Yeah, because I agree with more things with Trump than I do with Harris.
Okay. So how do you identify that?
What the hell do you call it? Yes, I'm a misogynist. I guess more lenient towards Trump, but if that's
Yeah,
what
but
you
how
wanna
do
say.
you identify that?
Well, because more of my beliefs are aligned with him than
Yeah, like what
Kamala's.
specific ones? How do you identify that?
Dude, we've already been through this. The unaliving
Apparently
of
not enough.
humans.
So like, can you name 2 policies of Trump's that he's influenced to get passed that you like?
No, I'm not familiar with policies.
So you
I
don't know
know
any
that-
policies that Trump's influenced to get passed that you like, yet you're saying you align with him more.
If I had to choose, dude.
You don't even know what you align with him on.
Well, I know that he doesn't support.
Sir, you're willing to
transgenderism.
support someone who's been undermining the release of the Epstein files, and you don't even know what policies you align with him on.
That's not what I support.
What do you
directly,
align
though.
with him? You
I
said you
don't
align with him
support the
morally?
Epstein files,
You
bro.
align with a rapist morally? You
No, I
said you
didn't say
accept that he
morally, I said
sexually
more.
abused E. Jean Carroll. So you're
didn't
saying
say
you
morally.
align with that guy morally?
I didn't say morally. I said more. If I
Okay,
had to
so
choose.
what do you align with him on?
Wait, hold on. Everyone throwing
What he's done for the
comments.
country? You don't know what he's done for the country. You don't know what policies he's passed. So what do you align with him on?
The beliefs that he holds to.
Oh, beliefs. Okay, so do you align with his beliefs of him not wanting to release the Epstein files?
No, I already told you.
Okay,
I
so you
align
don't align with
everything.
his beliefs. Is that a big enough
No, some.
disagreement
So like
for
so
you
like
to say that you
some
don't
more
support
than-
him?
No, some more than Kamala's though.
Okay, so
That's
what
why.
specific ones more than are you just saying? Is it only abortion? Is that it? Is that all you have?
Transgenderism, LGBTQ, all that stuff.
Okay, so what about the LGBTQ plus community?
I'm pretty sure he believes in God. So
You're
that's
pretty
one.
sure that he believes in God. What's his favorite Bible
Yeah, he
verse?
promoted the Bible, I believe.
Yeah, what's his favorite Bible verse?
I don't think he answered that question
Oh, interesting. Why not?
because I think he said it was like private or something. He kept it private. I'm not sure, dude.
He was. Why did he want to keep that one private?
I don't know. There's many
You
reasons
mentioned the Bible. You've
that
been
we're not
talking about
aware
how
of.
it's your favorite book. And you said, I think last night in Iowa, some people are surprised that you say that. I'm wondering what one or two of your most favored Bible verses are and why.
I wouldn't want to get into it because to me that's very personal. You know, when I talk about the Bible, it's very personal. So I don't want to get into verses. I don't want to get into.
There's no verse that means a lot to you that you think about or cite?
The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics.
Even to cite a verse that
No,
you like?
I don't want to do that.
You're an Old Testament guy or a New Testament guy?
Probably equal, I think.
What's your point with this?
He has no fucking clue about anything in the Bible, and yet you
Prove that.
defend him over Kamala Harris and say that he aligns more with
Again,
Christianity.
the whole arguments are just based
He's
on
violated practically every
assumptions,
single
dude.
one of the 10 Commandments. He doesn't even know the fucking. I doubt he knows the Gospels in order. The Gospel in order, right? Do you know the Gospel in order?
Yeah, in Spanish.
What?
In Spanish, yeah.
Oh, is English not your first language?
No.
Oh, okay.
But no, I think in English too, actually. Is it Matthew, Mark, Luke, John? Is that it?
Yep, you're right. I doubt Trump knows that.
Well, I don't know, dude. Maybe you're right. But no, it's simple, dude.
So like, he also did the Trump Bible. How do you like that?
Oh, that's terrible.
He did put
You
his
should not
hand
be
on the Bible when he swore in.
Wait, what do you mean by Trump Bible? Like, did he modernize it or what? What did he do?
Yeah, he made a thing called the Trump Bible with the Bible and the Constitution in it.
Oh, I don't think he should have done that. Absolutely not.
Yeah. How do you feel? You don't think
Look,
that's a
dude,
bad
he's
thing?
not a he's not a good person in a sense for sure.
Did you buy his meme coin?
No, I didn't even know he had one.
Yeah,
I'll
he
be
dropped
honest
a
with you.
meme coin and then rug pulled it.
Yeah, I didn't even know about that.
Mhm.
Dude, it seems like you meet Red Trump more
he's
than
gained
anyone
over
else. It's
$3
crazy.
billion from the presidency.
Like, you know almost everything about Trump, don't you?
I'm just a politically informed person. He's the president, dude.
Yeah, I got you. But even before that, like, pretty sure you knew more, didn't you?
So you're just saying I know more about something that you support than you do, and I don't even support it. Isn't that
when
reflective
you
of
say
how you don't know
support,
what you're talking about?
Just be careful with when you say support. When I support him, just be careful when you say that, because I'm pretty sure you mean something completely different than what I do.
No, I am being careful. I know exactly what I mean by support. You would vote for him over Kamala Harris.
Right. If I had to, right.
When you say
Yeah,
had
again,
to,
I
it was
can't- I
either
can't
Trump
vote
or
right now.
Harris. You could choose to not vote in this scenario. Here, let me thank some people real quick.
Actually,
and then we
yeah, I
continue
wouldn't
on
vote.
with the conversation.
Probably wouldn't vote.
I'm gonna. Oh, you wouldn't vote in that context? Okay, I guess we're going to go into the next person. Then we'll get the next person up here, and then we're gonna go and thank some people real quick. Actually, let's get this next individual up here real quick. Looks like they are not in support of Trump anymore. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, hit a blinker.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Geek bar, geek bar, geek bar, geek bar.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen.
What's going on?
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Of course.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2005.
If the election were, or sorry, 1 month?
October.
Okay. Alrighty, I have a few people to think, then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me a quick second. Stephanie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for them in the comment section. Bill, thank you for the dollar as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll definitely have to look into that. Thank you so much. Sean, thank you for the $6.60. Thank you very much. Taylor, thank you for the dollar. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Michelle, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Says federal judge ruled Friday to block the Trump administration from enforcing. Sorry, I need to click on the whole thing. Enforcing a policy limiting news reporters' access to the Pentagon. The ruling is major blow to the defense secretary. Love watching you, Parker. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Congrats and W's for Michelle in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. As well as Wendy, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Wendy. Kay, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $3.21. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Congrats and W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Congrats and W's for them in the comment section. Thank you, Kay. As well as Aiden, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me make sure to click on that. Let me see. Fabricated and or dropped, dismissed. No, it was definitely not dismissed. There's no evidence of that at all. That's what I would say. Rachel, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much to pamper my girlfriend, because she deserves it. Well, thank you so much, Rachel. Coots and W's for Rachel in the comment section right now. The $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much. That is so kind. Thank you so much. Jordan as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Benjamin, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you for all. Yes, the classic standard. Unless we have absolute certainty, we know nothing. I know it's absolutely ridiculous. I know it's absurd. I don't know why people ever even argue that in the first place. As well as Billy Jane, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As well as Skylar, thank you so much for the $5. Jenny, thank you so much for the $5. SJ, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I have some people to thank over on YouTube real quick, dude. Just give me one quick second. I'm going to thank them on YouTube. Dude, just give me a quick second. Alrighty. Give me one quick second. We'll thank everyone real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get it out to more people as always. Dude, just give me one quick second. Pinky, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. SU, thank you so much for the appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. Sub, thank you for the $2. Empress, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much, of course. I really appreciate it. Thank you. El Valentine, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That is very true. Well, thank you so much. Sherry, thank you so much for the $20 as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't know why people think that there needs to be such specific memory. It's ridiculous. It really, really is. As well, thank you so much. Dark City, thank you for the $2. Dua, thank you so much for the appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I think the best way is honestly to watch the live stream and to hear the arguments that I would use specifically, or to have me specifically talk to them. I think that would be the best thing. As well as Sarah, thank you for the $10. Neo, thank you again. I really appreciate it. I think I'm actually fully caught up. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Let's see. He's a man. He supports legal immigration, traditional values, two sexes. Let's see, what else?
You said because he says that there are two sexes?
Yep. And now there's not that there's a million genders and all that, you know?
Well, intersex people exist. Plus, there are different determinations of gender that exist in different cultures. Have I talked to you recently?
Yeah, is that a problem?
Yeah. Let's go to the next individual. To just give us a quick second, everyone. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 33, I think, starting April 11th. I was born in 92.
Okay. Do you support Trump?
I still do.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
If the election was still here today, I would still vote for Donald Trump.
Okay. For sure. Wouldn't you be 34 coming up here in 2026? You're
Yes.
33
No,
currently?
yeah, you're right.
Okay. Alrighty. Why do you support Trump?
So I support Trump because, like I said, he met some of my campaign promises that I really cared about. And ultimately, I think he shifted the Overton window right where it needed to be for the current day. So I'm not necessarily happy with everything he does, but I'm happy with where the policy direction and where attention is for the American people on policy issues.
What campaign promises did he meet?
One of them was freeing Ross Ulbricht was one thing that I really cared about. As for campaign promises, while he's continued to escalate wars, I do like that he has pushed for more of proxy-style wars instead of putting boots on the ground. So he's yet to completely break that campaign promise, but that is something that
He started war with Iran. He literally, you said no new wars. He said expel the warmongers from our government, and then started war with Iran. That's a contradiction. It's quite literally him violating the very basic aspect of that. Plus,
Right.
Why do you want Ross Ulbricht to be pardoned?
Because like I said, most of the controversy.
Don't you guys want to limit, quote unquote, narco terrorism?
Well, once again, what he did was create a free market exchange where you could purchase or buy drugs, and like I said, it underscored or undercuts like the cartel market. So it created I just oppose, like I said, the government restricting trade because I find it as a form of violence.
Okay, but I thought you guys wanted to do that because Trump wanted to limit that with people taking DRUGS to our country, and same thing with the cartels. That's literally what they're arguing, is to prevent that from happening. Plus, you support Trump's tariff policy, which limits economic exchange. You support his immigration policy, which limits economic exchange.
Yeah. I mean, when it comes down to it, I like tariffs as a tax as opposed to the income or sales tax.
Why?
Because, like I said, it's a tax imposed on trade routes. So anything that goes through international waters needs to be protected by our Navy. Therefore, our Navy should be funded by tariffs alone. It's, like I said, one of the more voluntary.
This isn't just about funding the Navy; it's about funding the rest of the government. So I don't understand. I don't understand exactly why that would be an argument. Because that's not to say that a tariff is preferable in terms of a tax policy comparative to an income tax.
Right. I just stated I don't necessarily agree with how Trump is using the tariffs because he's mostly using them for leverage in foreign policy. But I like the idea of tariffs as opposed to increasing the income tax. I'd love it if most of our government funding was funded through tariffs as opposed to, like I said, income or sales tax, because, as I said, by taxing our trade routes, we can use that funding to protect those trade routes. In other words, you're paying for something or for a service.
And we could say this, and by taxing people's income, we can ensure that people can make that much income by having a society that will be able to prop up businesses being able to exist to a manner in which would sustain that.
Right, but it's not voluntary because
that is neither are tariffs.
Tariffs are voluntary because you get to choose to buy those goods that were delivered to that area. So, like I said, it goes to the point of if you want to be a retailer.
But the importing business does not get to choose where they're buying products without getting taxed by the government.
Right, but you also have the choice to either buy domestically.
That's still forced.
Forced, but only if you buy from overseas, because tariffs do not apply for domestic
only if
goods.
you make income, you'll get taxed.
Yes, but like I said, that's
you could just choose not to make income, and then you won't get taxed.
True.
Do you realize how ridiculous that sounds now?
I mean, to some extent, but like I said, it goes to the point that not all taxes are, like I said, not all taxes are equal. When it comes down to it, I prefer either doing I prefer domestic taxation where it's voluntary. Because like I said, even societal
This
participation
isn't voluntary.
Of course, because like I said, society itself isn't voluntary. As long as we participate in society, we will have some form of taxation. But I think we're getting off topic. So you wanted to ask why I still support Trump over Kamala Harris, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So for me, the biggest issue that was the individual mandate for Medicaid expansion. Because when it comes down to it, I've found that the Affordable Care Act, while I like the idea of everyone having access to health care, its rollout and implementation partially due to sorry, lost my train of thought, but the implementation due to the individual mandate was economically ruinous for young individuals. So my biggest opposition, the one reason I did not vote for Kamala Harris and chose Donald Trump, was because of Walz on the presidential debate stage against J.D. Vance mentioning that he wanted to bring back the individual mandate to the Affordable Care Act.
Nope, that's not possible. It was taken down by the Supreme Court. I don't know where you saw that.
It was one of the questions asked on the debate stage.
It was taken down by the Supreme Court. But that was originally supported by Republicans, and that's not a bad policy in of itself. Even so, like it actually is a good thing because we want people to be paying into the system in order to be able to ensure that there's lesser costs in the long run. So it's a good idea given that system because it's going to reduce the cost of care overall. But it's not preferable comparative to, say, just like universally providing access to care and having a public option where there's no copays, no deductibles, and no premiums. I would prefer that.
Yeah, I prefer, like I said, the British model where you have both the private version and then you have the public option that you can pay for. Because, like I said, if government has the authority to institute quarantines, then it also has the responsibility to provide care for those that it quarantines or those that it rules over. Because it has the authority to restrict your freedom and become your dependent your overlord or your to infringe on your abilities or freedom and make you a dependent under them. And they also have a responsibility to take care of you. And you see the same thing with the issue as far as government failure within the private prison system as well.
I'm not really understanding your arguments here.
So just my argument was I oppose the individual mandate because it's just forcing us to participate into our capitalist system and to buy into corporate entities as opposed to government control. Everyone needs healthcare. Everyone does not need insurance. What we need is government-run healthcare.
We do need government-run healthcare. If you agree with that, well, then we need a system that specifically would provide access to that, which would be a universal system, which is supported by Democrats, even like Biden and Harris. They support a public option. Okay. So
my
if you
issue
support
with
a public
Harris,
option, then you disagree with Trump and you support Harris.
No, I don't agree with Harris because I don't think she goes far enough. She goes in a watered-down version where
what's Trump's plan for healthcare?
Trump's plan for healthcare is just the free option. One thing that he did that I liked back in 2016.
The free option? No. It's literally nothing. It's concepts of a plan. So that's what his plan is, and that's not helping anyone. Okay, clearly Biden and Harris's plan is preferable to that because that's literally doing nothing. Okay. Obviously, you'd want a system specifically that ensures that people have broader access to healthcare, which is exactly what the Democrats are advocating for. If you get more people in Congress, more people in positions of power that do believe in that public option, then we're more likely to get it. When you vote in people like Trump that don't believe in it, we're less likely to get it.
Yeah,
simple.
Well, like I said, I support congressmen like Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene,
Thomas Massey
AOC.
doesn't support universal healthcare. MTG doesn't support universal healthcare.
AOC does, but I like
AOC
her.
Does, and if you align with AOC, you're going to align more with Harris.
On some issues, but it goes to the point of what the individual mandate does and what the Affordable Care Act in reality does is it enriches companies like Anthem, United Healthcare, and all these other corporate insurance companies because government is not doing its job to take the responsibility. So yeah, you can.
But it
biggest
expands
issue with
access to care
Harris,
to a greater extent. That's preferable than for people to have less access to care.
yes, except for the fact that it's too expensive to care. Because like I said, it's creating a false monopoly. It's raising healthcare prices, and since the implementation of Obamacare, all you've seen is healthcare costs skyrocket. I mean, like I said, it's
But healthcare
not
costs
just
are
a single
already
issue.
too high for people. It's expanding access to people's care. So again, if you want to ensure that more people have access to care, get more people in government that support a public option. You not supporting people in government who want a public option to a greater extent is literally the reason why we are not able to get enough people in Congress to be able to pass a public option in the very first place. You're supporting candidates that actively fight against it.
Well, like I said, I'm an independent voter. I switched between parties. Like I said, I just still would have chose Trump over Kamala Harris.
But why?
As I said, mostly due to the Overton window shift, especially when it came to focusing on Israel and its control and pushing for the U.S. to spend on military funding so that we could push against their opponents such as Iran, Iraq, and just pretty much the monopoly of our relationship.
So you want to go to war with Iran?
I do not want to go to war with Iran. I just
so
do
then
not.
How did the Overton window shift that is good for you?
It's just the discussions that we are having now. Because, like I said, if we were under a Harris administration, like I said, Israel would not have been a top issue. Israel probably would have gone to war with Iran alone, or things would have de-escalated. Probably the Russia, Ukrainian.
Wait, why wouldn't you prefer a candidate that wouldn't have taken us to war with Iran?
Well, like I said, it's as long as we do not put boots on the ground and we maintain just an air force.
You're happy that the war with Iran happened because then we're talking about it?
No, I'm happy with the war with Iran because we're talking about Israel and renegotiating our alliance.
I'm sorry. We can still talk about Israel even if Harris were in office. You know that, right? I would still be talking about Israel even if Harris were in office.
It would not be a hot topic issue.
Yes,
Either
it
we
would.
Unilaterally supported them, or
yes, it would. It was a hot topic prior to Trump even being in office.
I mean, yes, but like I said, it was not polling under the top 4 issues within the United States.
Is it now?
Yes, because I said that's something that Trump brought to the table in 2020.
I don't think it's. I think it's just the environmental circumstances that brought that to the table. I think that was a trend that was prior happening. I don't think it's just because of Trump, but sure, if Trump engaging in actions, it might exacerbate that sort of conversation. But that doesn't mean that this is good, because that just means that you're kind of like saying you're happy that they've done worse things with Israel because then it gets more people to be against Israel. That's not a good thing, because all you're just saying is that he's perpetuated the conditions where worse things have happened. If you're against what Israel's doing, if you're against support of Israel, why do you defend the people that support Israel the most and vote them into office? That makes no sense.
Put them into office just so you can vote down their policies and tear them out and in their political
Okay, so you're just like an accelerationist, and this pisses me off because you're literally harming people that you care about, right, for the possible chance that it's going to change.
Well, like I said, it depends on who you're backing. Like I said, I back Thomas Massey. I back Tulsi Gabbard. I back
Tulsi Gabbard?
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Okay,
yeah,
so yeah, and again, I'm not really seeing a good argument here because of the fact that Donald Trump is incredibly pro-war, antithetical to the exact things that literally Tulsi Gabbard ran against. Tulsi Gabbard specifically said that she is against the regime change forever wars. That's literally what they're trying to do right now. Okay, so
and like I said, the pushback.
She's running defense for their administration too.
Yeah, and the pushback against Donald Trump is going to lead to a Democrat landslide in the midterms, and that's something.
Are you actually left wing?
I am like a moderate when it comes down to it, but like I said, I'm pretty left wing and right.
You want to harm people so that people talk about the fact that Donald Trump's harming people.
Well, it goes to the point there's going to be harm either way. For every action,
but you want to harm people more.
No, I'm just less comfortable with violence. I'm less comfortable.
You're less comfortable with violence, but then you support the more violent candidate that's going to send us to war over the candidate that wouldn't send us to war.
like I said, the war with Iran was going to happen at some point, whether it was under Donald Trump or whether it was under the Democrat Party.
Wait, I'm
The
sorry.
point
You just
being
said it
it's-
wouldn't have happened under Harris. You literally just said that.
No, it would have happened. It would either have happened under Harris, or it would have been push and pull, and we
just
would
said it
have
wouldn't
been
have happened under
congratulating.
Harris.
Possibly, I'm not completely
That's
sure.
what,
All
so
I
you
know
now
is
changed your mind after making a different argument. Like what? That made no sense.
I'm not completely sure, but like I said, the reason I voted for Trump was because I wanted to push the America First agenda and put that into the spotlight to transform.
Yeah, Trump is
both
Israel
parties
first, not
and
America
transform-
first.
Oh, absolutely. And like I said, I do not like Trump
So then
for that. And like
you
I said, I am starting
support
to
the
sour
candidate
on
that was less America first because you want to be America first. Yeah, that makes a
because
lot of
if
sense.
I had voted for Kamala Harris, it would have been
Kamala.
to vote for the status quo. Status quo.
No,
as
you would have
opposed
voted for
to
better
voting for
conditions than what we have existing right now.
Right, but like I said,
And
I
wait,
am
what
looking
is
towards a
can you
better
tell me what the
future.
status quo is?
So the status quo is to support Israel, maintain.
That's what Trump's doing.
Yes, maintain the trajectory that we have gone through, maintain the establishment, maintain the slow transformation of socialism as opposing to
The
actually
slow
going
transformation of
between-
socialism? That's not what the status quo was. What?
Like I said, it's slow reforms as opposed to drastic reforms to improve conditions. Because like I said, when
So
it comes,
instead of moderated progression, what you want is regression.
no, I want revolution, peaceful revolution
So
through
are
election.
you doing that? Wait, you want peaceful revolution?
Through election. So like I said,
Okay,
I want to
so
vote
I
in
don't
the
even know what that
radicals
means.
like AOC. I want to vote in the radicals like
But
AOC.
that's not revolution. That's called peaceful protest. If you want AOC, you're a left-wing person, then you are obviously not going to want to support Donald Trump. You'd rather support candidates like Harris. That's why AOC supported Harris over Trump.
Right, but like I said, she's also forced to do so. When it comes down to it,
I just don't want to talk to you anymore. I don't like talking to like left-wing accelerationist types. It just pisses me off a lot. Because they believe everything bad is happening and they believe that's good. So it pisses me off. I don't like that. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello. I'm 18.
You support Trump?
Yeah, but I did like him a lot more in 2016.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump, because I think he's lesser of the two evils.
Okay, for sure. Why do you support Trump?
Well, the main thing is the economy, like things like he signed that executive order to get Wall Street out of housing or out of single family homes.
That's only just to limit how much they can buy. Harris would have expanded that to a ban.
Well, I think he said in the State of the Union he wants Congress to vote on it, making it a ban.
If he did say ban recently, that means he would bipartisanly agree with the left already.
Well, I'd never heard Kamala say anything about that in her
They did.
campaign.
It was in her policy.
I never saw that personally.
Go
And
look
then-
up her policy website.
Okay, I'll do that after I'm done talking to you.
Okay.
Then another thing which I wish Trump was more adamant about would be abortion.
Okay. What about it?
And so I think that all elective forms of abortion should be illegal.
Illegal?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I believe that life begins at conception, and that anything after conception, besides for like the life of the mother, rape or incest, or I think that is killing a baby, which is murder.
Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead?
Yeah.
You do? You think people
Yeah.
should go to prison for pulling the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead?
Well, I guess by brain dead, do you mean they're no longer alive?
They have cellular life, but their sentient life is gone. They're deemed
Well,
as medically dead at that point.
well, what makes them medically dead then?
The fact that they don't have any more sentient life.
So, would you say it's okay for you to walk up to somebody and stab them in a coma?
No, because they have past or present and future subjective experience.
Okay, so does that fetus?
No, it doesn't, because it doesn't have past or present.
It has future. You said future.
I said past or present and future.
Well, it is presently alive.
Yeah, and so is a brain dead individual.
Right.
So do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead?
I mean, not. Not. Here, I'll get to my point here. So, when do you believe a human life begins?
Conception.
Okay. So then you would agree that.
Is there a way you can turn off the background noise, by the way?
Oh, sorry. I was watching March Madness.
Can't hear you when you swipe out of the app.
All right. Yep. Then did you hear that? So then, if you agree that life would begin at conception, you would then agree that you were killing a human life in abortion.
Yeah, cellular human life. I don't care. I don't think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead. Unless you believe that, who cares?
Okay, so then you're not okay with abortion then?
What? I am okay with abortion.
So you're okay with murder?
I don't think it's murder.
If it's not a human life, then why is it not murder? Or if it is a human life, then why is it not murder?
Because they're not sentient. They don't have the past or present and future subjective experience.
Okay, same with the person. Okay, same with that person in the coma. They are not sentient.
Say that again.
With the person in the coma, they're not sentient.
They have past and future sentience.
But why does that equate to moral worth?
Because they have a past and a continuing future.
Yeah, but what is the past or... Oh, yeah, so continuing future. Same with that baby.
But
Same with that
they don't
baby in the
have,
womb.
it's not continuing, because continuing would mean that it's already existed. Prior to sentience,
Yeah,
it hasn't existed already. Therefore, it's not continuing, because in order for it to continue, it had to have already been playing in the first place.
Okay, so then may I ask you why the present or past equates to moral worth?
The present or past?
Yeah.
And future, like, why is that the establishment of moral worth?
Yeah.
Because that's the continued basis of what a person is. If we base a person off of the
I personally
subjective
believe
experience of the individual.
I think it's wrong to kill anybody because I think people are given the moral worth from God and they're created in the image of God.
Okay. But even if you're Christian, you don't have to believe that moral value happens at conception. Moral value can happen at the point of sentience if you're Christian still.
Well,
because the same point is true that you don't think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead. So in the same way that you think that's not
science
murder,
confirms life begins at conception.
Yeah, but science doesn't say that medical life begins at conception, because it says that brain death is the point of medical death. So the point that you're not acknowledging is there are different notions of life from a scientific lens. There's a sentient notion of life and a cellular notion of life. The cellular notion of life alone is not enough to grant personhood. That's why we don't think it's murder to discard embryos and zygotes that have not met the point of having a subjective experience. That's why it's not murder to do that.
The DNA was not created from the parent or from one of the parents in the zygote.
Yes,
not in the zygote.
Yes, it is. A
Not from
zygote
both
is a
parents.
conceived cell after
Or
conception.
I meant not zygote. The embryo.
Embryo is a life.
Are they in the womb?
No, it's prior to the womb. It can be in the womb though, but I'm talking about an IVF with that process. That would be prior to the womb.
Okay, so then would killing those be murder to you then?
No.
Okay. Why?
Because it's not sentient.
So you sent. Okay, I think we're just gonna agree to disagree here. So but On the sentient.
I mean, why do you
part,
value the cellular life of the zygote more than the sentient life of the pregnant individual and them being able to determine what they do with their own body?
Well, I don't think any life is more valuable than the other. So, but I think that it's like I said, if the woman's life is in danger, I think she has every right to save her own life. But
So, okay, so you say you don't value any life over the other. Well, then, do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
I'm gonna be
No,
honest.
you
I don't really know
don't.
how the whole.
So
I don't really know how the
obviously you
whole brain
do
dead
not
system.
view lives all the same from a cellular life basis.
I don't
Secondly,
really
let
know
me
how
ask you
the
this
whole
question.
brain dead situation works. I'll
Do you
be
think it
honest.
should be legal to put babies in a freezer?
Legal to put babies in a freezer?
Yeah.
Like,
Do you think it should be legal to put a baby in a freezer and to close the door?
like the
And to
actual
leave it
like
there?
baby.
Like an actual
No.
baby, yeah.
No.
No? So do you think it should be legal to freeze embryos?
No.
No? You think it should be illegal to freeze embryos?
I mean, I just don't really see the. I just don't really know why embryos exist. To be completely honest.
You don't know why embryos exist?
Yeah, I'll be honest.
That was a really stupid thing to say. You're trying to
sorry.
restrict people's access to an abortion, and you don't know why embryos exist? It's called a
Alright, fine, I'll
developmental
leave.
stage, bro. He left. It's a developmental stage. Why do embryos even exist, bro? That's like saying, why do babies even exist, bro? That's like saying, why do zygotes even exist, bro? Why do conceived cell organisms even exist, bro? Why do fetuses even exist, bro? Why do children even exist, bro? Like, what? What are you talking about, bro? What are you saying? Okay. Let's go on the next individual. That was ridiculous. That was so absurd. Holy shit. Dean, are you there?
You just said that saying, why do embryos exist, is just like saying, why do babies even exist? So, just to clarify, you think that embryos are the same as babies?
Oh my God, Dean Withers. I know your brain doesn't function properly, buddy, but any critically thinking individual would be able to determine that you're wrong in that scenario, bro. That clearly in that scenario, that's not what I'm saying.
I don't know, man. I think that you just got pushed.
Okay. Well, okay. I hope Momo slaps you across the face again, okay?
Yo, dude, take it.
I hope Momo swipes at you again, okay?
Can I co-host with you for like a guest?
Absolutely, bro.
Bet, dude.
Alrighty.
Mahi.
Let's go on to the next individual, everybody.
I'm out
We've
here
actually
packing
got
the whole
Parker
stuff.
Get a Job on the stream, also known as Dean Withers,
Oh,
according
yes.
to Gemini.
Yes, Parker Get
To
a Job.
co-host with me.
My baby.
By the way,
It's
you
on
do
the
have a little
screen.
bit of an echo, Dean, just letting you know.
Really? Okay, I'll just mute myself. I'm not talking.
How about you just mute forever? Momo for life. W Momo, L Dean. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen, everybody. W Momo, L Dean. Yo, what's up, all of you?
Yo, what's the biggest wiener you've sucked, Parker?
Only send a guest request if you meet that sort of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Alrighty, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get this next individual up here real quick, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. 35.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
It's gonna be Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I mean, I guess small government. I don't know. I guess the borders and stuff, right? So I'm down to close the borders. Legal immigration, support that. The Iran thing, that's like, I'm not down for war, but at the same time, if they're gonna nuke us, or they can get nuclear access, and it's a country that hates us,
according to U.S. intelligence, they had no ability to develop a nuclear weapon. According to our strikes about 6 months ago, we got rid of their abilities to develop a nuclear weapon. So it doesn't seem like they have the capacity to do so if you believe that those strikes were successful. Secondly, like you brought up small government. I think this administration is the exact opposite of small government. How would you say that this administration is small government?
Yeah, it's really worth clarifying that, like, the director
Yeah,
of
sure.
national
It's like small
intelligence
government, more as
doesn't
like a
have nukes.
concept, I guess. Just like having the government less involved in our lives. But
Trump's done the opposite.
I don't know.
But go ahead, Dean.
What's that?
No, I was just trying to say, like, I don't really want you to brush over what Parker just said. Our director of national intelligence straight up said that they don't have nukes, and they're not even working on trying to get nukes.
Well, so you had like the whole Iran nuclear deal, right? That was going on. Like, obviously, they were working on building nukes, like they have been for a long time. And would you agree?
No,
that,
no,
like,
they weren't. No, they weren't. Tulsi Gabbard said that they were not actively working on building nukes. There's no evidence that they had even started to rebuild their enrichment sites.
Yeah, I mean, I can't give you facts on whether or not. So, yeah, I don't know.
Is Tulsi Gabbard lying?
To be honest, I don't even know 100% who that is, right? So, I just, for the nukes, like, I don't know. I mean, you would agree that Iran doesn't really like our country, right? At least as far as that part, much.
Yeah.
Or like,
why
some of
doesn't
the-
Iran like the United States? Why do they hate us?
Not an expert on this, but from what I would take is it's mainly a religious thing, right? So mainly Muslims over there don't like a lot of Christians.
No. Incorrect.
No. All right.
It's because of our relationship with Israel.
Okay, yeah.
So maybe we shouldn't go into wars on behalf, like offensive wars on behalf of the state of Israel, and maybe they would hate us less. Just food for thought, you know?
Yeah. And Israel's another tough one there too, right? Because like, so what happened with Israel, right? You had all these Jews in World War II and stuff. And, I think we can both agree the Holocaust sucked, right? Like that was awful. And so what do you do with all those
and
Jews
here's something that
afterwards?
you wouldn't accept. We should have accepted them as immigrants to our country, seeking asylum.
I wouldn't hate that option either, and in fact, yeah. But like for what it is, we put them in Israel when we did, right? And then so now what do you do about
that
it?
that was a horrible decision.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's not. Yeah, I'd be down to like all those people, they went through so much shit and stuff. Like, yeah, I wish, we did bring some of them back to America, or bring all of them
we
back
should
to
have
America.
just accepted their asylum status in the U.S.
For
there we go.
Yeah, for the Holocaust, I would say so. Now, for like caravans of people coming up through Mexico, should we accept all of their asylums into U.S.? And I would like to take them in, but like do a good, clean vetting on them first, right?
If you want to put more people to go through the legal process in terms of vetting, incentivize people to go through the said vetting process by providing a legal pathway to undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, because that would incentivize them to go through the vetting process, and it would allow for law enforcement officials to focus on those that have committed a violent crime or bad crime, right? And people who are actually a threat to the safety and security of our public, rather than just people who are coming here for a better life. So not only would it incentivize more people to go through said legal process and to go through the vetting process, but it would also keep us safer. And to restore trust back into our institutions, that they're actually going after those that are, trying to like make our communities less safe rather than just people who are coming here for a better life.
Yeah, no. I mean, that sounds right to me. So yeah, bring people in, vet them and stuff like you're saying. And get them into the country. Like, yeah, because like I mean, I feel bad for people that are born out inside in some country and like it's just a war zone or whatever. It sucks, but it's like it's a tough situation because you also can't just let a whole bunch of people come into the country because then you got gang members and other people that are coming in, bringing drugs and stuff as well into the country, which yeah, I definitely want to avoid that.
Yeah, Donald Trump pardoned the ex-president of Honduras that trafficked over 400 tons of sea drug to our country.
Yeah, so I don't know 100% about that, what's going on with that. I know he just went to Venezuela and he got somebody else, right? And brought them in, and I don't know, like that. So I couldn't tell you 100% what's going on with that, but I know like it would make sense to have like a wall, right? Because like just common sense says if you have a wall there, that's gonna like slow illegal people.
I don't think the wall is effective, and I don't even think Trump is pursuing the wall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What are your thoughts on just like the caravans and stuff and just letting those people just come into the country or whatever without? Because it seemed to me like that's what was going on.
I don't think that we were just like
Biden
letting
and
people
stuff.
come into the country.
It seemed like I mean we had I don't know how many people was in that caravan a few years back.
I
when,
think you're
Biden was
referencing
president.
people specifically coming through the legal asylum process. That is a legal process of immigration.
The one caravan that I know about was under Biden.
Right.
When Donald Trump was making his news cycles, and he said that the southern border was literally wide on open, and anyone could come through. Anyone and everyone could come through. That was something we heard a lot from him under the Biden-Harris administration, and because of that, there was a massive caravan created where a massive group of migrants came to our southern border, but they came to a legal port of entry in which they were then all turned around. Now, the reason why they were turned around is because the border wasn't wide on open. Who's at my door? Oh, the reason why they turned around is because the border wasn't wide on open. And the reason why they thought it was in the first place was because of Trump's disinformation. But I got to drop.
Alrighty.
See you later.
See you later, man.
All right. Hey, just another side note. Just like, I know we disagree on some points and stuff, but like, I do respect what you're doing and stuff. I like the healthy debate and just talking to people and stuff. Your conversation about abortion a minute ago, actually, I don't know if I would say it changed my mind entirely on everything, but you made some valid points with talking about like the old person, like what do you do if they're brain dead, right? So like, I like that you do believe life starts at conception, because like that makes sense to me too. But like, and I'm a Christian also, so it's like I have different views also because of that. But like, I don't know, it's hard. When I was 18, yeah, you got an abortion and shit, right? I wasn't. I don't know, man. It's a tough situation. Like I get it, but like, yeah, I don't know on that one. But no, so I do respect you and stuff there. I don't know. So like my family is conservatives and stuff, and most of my role models are conservative. And to be honest, I tend to not watch the news a ton because it just stresses me out so much. And then I've also seen just like relationships break because of politics, and families and stuff. They won't talk to you because you're liberal. They won't talk to you because they're conservative or whatever. So
Don't you think that's more likely to happen with Trump in office and the way that he conducts politics?
Yeah, I mean, he's a little bit upfront and forward and stuff. I don't know. I kind of like that because like with the tariffs
It's
and
not
stuff.
just being upfront. It's the fact that like he called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. That's pretty
He's calling
divisive.
execution of who?
For example, Mark Kelly, who literally just said, if there's an unlawful order that's given to you as a service member, you should not follow it. That's it. That's all he said. And Trump reposted someone calling for him to be hung.
That doesn't make sense to me.
He did that. I can show you.
So that's where did he post that? On Twitter or something? X?
On Truth Social.
Truth Social? Huh. Yeah, I'll have to look that one up. But
He since
yeah,
deleted
well, I mean,
the
I guess we
repost,
disagree
but
with
he
that.
had it up for weeks I think it was even months actually.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's verified or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, I don't like that. Well, here's another one that I got. I guess is so Trump was nominated by the people and stuff, right? Kamala wasn't. She was kind of selected, and that's just I don't really support that either.
She
Just
she
as
was
far as
nominated
like,
by the people. It was the Biden-Harris ticket. If Biden steps down, Harris steps up. That's how it works. Trump tried to
yeah, but they
undermine the
were
election results in 2020. He sent false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election in 2020. So that would be like an example of me pointing to like Trump trying to undermine our democracy. So if you care about undermining democracy, probably shouldn't support the guy who pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat cops and called them patriots.
yeah. I don't know. January 6th was another thing. Like, I didn't personally didn't think January 6th was all that crazy and stuff compared to these other riots. I mean, essentially for the people that did damage, whatever the
Donald
15
Trump
people were.
pardoned them.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
were
I know
attacking
a
our
lot of those
capital.
people just went in there and whatever. They were just with the crowd, right? They
I'm
didn't
talking
really
about the
do any
people who
damage.
pardoned. I'm talking about how he pardoned violent rioters, not how he pardoned the Facebook moms walking into the Capitol.
Yeah. So for the Facebook moms walking into the Capitol, I think So your agreement with that, pardon them.
Not even necessarily, but I'm just saying that it's a different conversation.
Yeah. So for the violent people, well, I mean, if I'm remembering it right now, they didn't have like fair process, due trial, or some crap, and they were brainwashed or some
They
crap.
were
and, like,
convicted. And if you say you care about
but,
due
like,
process, Trump literally undermines that.
Yeah, I don't know. Man, I wish I had more facts, to be honest. But all right, man, I think that's all I got for you for right now. But I'll say this is I like what you do, man. You take your time, you learn about all this stuff, you got information. It's giving me some stuff to think about. So I appreciate that. So
All right. Appreciate you
keep on
coming
doing
on.
your thing, and I'll see you around. All right,
You
thanks.
as well. Appreciate you. Let's go on the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria, again, listed on the TikTok screen. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Thank you for the confetti. Thank you very much. Let's get this next person up here, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 53.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Why do I support Trump? I believe Trump puts America first. Not other countries, not other individuals. He puts this country first and foremost in his decision making. And this is America. This is America, right? We're all Americans. This is America. And what is wrong? What is actually wrong with putting America first over the global agenda that the world wants us all to adhere to?
Okay, well, I think that Trump is putting Israel first, not America first. That's why Joe Kant specifically talked about the fact that Donald Trump literally went to war on behalf of the state of Israel when they asked us to start the preemptive war with them. I think that was in Israel's interest, the defense contractors' interest, the oil companies' interest, and not the American people as a whole. So that's not America first, that's Israel first.
No, hang on. Do you really believe the world would be safer with a nuclear Iran?
Iran wasn't even developing a nuclear weapon because apparently our attacks against Iran were successful and prevented them from developing a nuclear weapon. They weren't even developing new factories associated with the enrichment facilities. According to Tulsi Gabbard, there was no evidence indicating that to be true.
CBS reported differently today.
Okay, would you like to tell me the title so I can check that out?
I can't tell you. I heard it on talk radio, man. Honest to God, I wished I could.
Okay, well, I'm telling you what I heard Tulsi Gabbard saying. Tulsi Gabbard she's on your administration, right, the Trump administration, and would have the necessary information about whether or not Iran had this particular, or would have the necessary intelligence about whether or not Iran had developed nuclear weapons or the enrichment facilities associated with uranium.
Okay, I guess I'm a lot older than you, and I may have been raised in a little bit of a different generation than what your mindset's at. But can you really tell me why that you are so? Why is it so wrong to do the right thing for America? Because we're all Americans, man. Why is it so hard to wrap your mind around that putting America first should be the first and foremost? I mean, we've got homeless people. We've got veterans that don't get the care that they need. And yet we spend billions and billions of dollars sending it to South Africa. We send it.
Yeah, we spend billions of dollars on foreign wars instead of spending money on people's access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, homes. You know, like things like that. That's exactly what I'm saying. Trump's spending billions of dollars on foreign wars. He wants $200 billion for his war with Iran, but we don't have the money for people's access to healthcare, for houses, for our veterans.
Yes,
we don't have that.
We do.
I think we should be funding that.
We do. We do. Well, me and you, we're not that far apart. You don't support Trump. I support Trump. But
I believe in putting America first. I just believe that Trump puts the rich first and Israel first, and not the average American first. And that's my position.
As you get older, and I'll promise you this, as you get older in your life, you're going to realize that it's not going to make a difference whether it's a Democratic president or a Republican president.
I disagree with you.
Either one is going to put the rich people first because the rich people put them in office.
I disagree with you.
The rich people put Joe Biden in office. The rich people put...
I think that Joe Biden holds check to rich individuals to a greater extent than what we see with Republicans. I do see massive distinctions between Republicans and Democrats. I think this idea that they're practically the same is absurd.
Brother, I wished you was 53 years old and you looked at the world the same way I do.
I don't think my age is going to be the reason why I'm wrong here. There are countless people in the chat older than you that agree with my position and not yours. So I don't think your age is going to determine whether the fact that you're right or wrong on this particular argument. I think you'd have to have merit to your argument rather than just saying you're older. You being older might mean that you have a greater ability to make an argument against me, but you should use that to make a better argument against me rather than just saying I'm older, therefore I'm right.
That's valid. That's valid. I'm not the best public speaker, man, but what you said is valid. I get it. In all honesty, man, I'm just a guy that lives in Middle Tennessee, and I really wish that this country could get to a point to where wherever you lean on certain issues, why does it have to be such a huge divide? Why do we have to hate each other? Why can't we not get back?
I totally agree with that sentiment. What you've got to realize is who's causing the division in this country. When the president that you support literally calls for the execution of some Democrats simply because they said, if you get an unlawful order, do not follow it, that is what causes division in our country. When the president that you support pardons violent rioters who beat police officers and calls them patriots, that causes more division in this country. Donald Trump is the person stoking the flames of division in this country. If you want unity, that was Kamala Harris to a greater extent.
No, Joe Biden caused just as much division as any other president.
I disagree. Explain how Joe Biden caused more division than Donald Trump.
Because of Joe Biden's hatred toward the Republican Party, man. It's not that's not you're trying to make a giant leap.
What did Biden do to cause more or cause less unity than Trump? What specifically?
One policy that Joe Biden agreed with the Republicans on. One policy that he voted and he signed.
Bipartisan infrastructure bill, bipartisan Safer Communities Act, bipartisan PACT Act. I can keep going. Do you want me to keep going?
You're reaching on the PACT Act.
I'm not. The PACT Act is bipartisan.
It's bipartisan, but you're reaching on that, brother.
How?
I mean, you are. You know you are, man. On that
Do you at least accept that the bipartisan infrastructure bill is bipartisan?
Did you see any infrastructure being built? Where did the money? Where did the money go?
Yes, I have been seeing the infrastructure being built. Where'd the money go? Towards our roads and bridges, towards getting lead out of drinking pipes for clean drinking water, towards expanding high-speed broadband to rural communities. There's
In
plenty
what
of things that I went into
In what states?
across the entire country.
Nah, well, now that's up
It
for
is
debate.
across the entire country. There's like literally look at Biden infrastructure bill interactive map, and you can see specifically where in the United States they funded specific plans.
That I will do when we get off. When I get off of here.
That's why
talking with-
Republican governors, like for example in Texas, have literally tried to take credit for the infrastructure bills, infrastructure that was passed through the infrastructure bill, and trying to say it's them when literally it was through the infrastructure bill passed by Biden.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this, Parker. I just happened to be scrolling through TikTok. I caught you tonight. I'm gonna give you a quick follow because I appreciate what you're saying. I really do, and I wish this is my wish for this whole country. I wish we could all get past of looking at whether we're Democrat or Republican and look at each other as Americans. And I think if we look at each other as Americans, everybody wants to do better, man. Everybody wants to they want their kids to do better than they did. They want their grandkids to do better than they did. And I think if we look at the world in that picture, man, how can we go wrong? I mean, yeah, Trump is
Well, I think we already kind of do. We view us as Americans that lean towards the Democratic Party or lean towards the Republican Party. So I still view each other as Americans. I'm just saying that Americans in this country have been propagandized by specific people like Donald Trump. But that's not to say Donald Trump is the only thing in our politics making it this way. I'm not disputing you there. I'm not acting like Donald Trump is the sole evil. What I am trying to acknowledge, though, is that he's the president of the United States and he's actively making conditions significantly worse, right? And he's a huge element of the level of division that we see within our society. And if you truly want less division, well, then you should stop supporting people like Donald Trump. And I know that sounds partisan, but you're hearing that from someone who used to be a Trump supporter. I used to be a Trump supporter in high school. I changed my mind over time. I grew up in a conservative Christian household in Iowa. It's not like I'm just saying this because I want to be partisan towards the left because I've been that way my entire life. I'm saying this because I've changed my mind to be in accordance with what I see to be true, and all evidence that I've seen points towards the fact that Donald Trump is worse for this country within practically every metric.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. If you, let's say you turn on, I get up early every morning. I get up 4 o'clock in the morning, go to work. I watch, a lot of times I'll flip it on MS now because it used to be in MSNBC or CNN. Can you honestly say you've got a huge platform, you got a huge following, man? I mean, you've got a lot of people that follow you. Do you really believe that you can get up and watch Morning Joe with Mika Brzezinski and Joe Scarborough? Do you think you can get up in the morning and watch their show and believe everything that they say and take it for fact that what they're saying is true? Is that not propaganda toward the media putting out propaganda toward people?
I don't think you can do that with anyone. I don't think with anyone you can just 100% take what they say to be true. I think with everyone you should try to do your own research and look it up yourself. Right? That's with any person. I'm not familiar with this specific show enough to say that I am going to know it all about that to say yes or no. But like I genuinely think with anyone you should do your own research yourself. I try to form my show in a way in which I say what I know to be the case so that people can do that. But I inevitably want to inspire people to not do that.
Hey, Parker, I appreciate you taking my call, brother. I thank you very much. I'll give you a follow, and I'll catch you next time you're on, brother. Thank
All
you
right,
very
for
much
sure.
for the call.
For sure. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. I have a few people to think, but let's get this next person up here real quick.
Parker, I love you so much. I love you, Parker.
Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fuck Keir Starmer. Fuck him.
Thank you for the hand tar, by the way. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Lucy, thank you for the hand heart. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We were just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Do give us a quick second. Bethany, think of the $5, by the way.
Yo,
Thank you.
Parker, do you this for your job or what?
Yeah, how old are you, by the way?
23.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I do this for my job.
Damn. It's
Why,
pretty
is that an issue?
brokey mentality.
Do you think Charlie Kirk was quote unquote brokey?
I think what you're doing is just a waste of time.
Do you think Charlie Kirk was quote unquote brokey?
We're talking about you, not Charlie, bud.
Well, I'm just asking you, do you think Charlie Kirk was quote unquote brokey?
What does that have to do with anything?
Just asking you if you apply that standard consistently, because it sounds
It's all
like you're
good,
using
dude.
that.
Keep on getting those
You're about
TikTok
to run
gifts
away,
for
you
money,
coward.
dude.
You're about to run away, you
That's
coward.
why you're going TikTok lives to get money, right?
I did this before I made any money, but yes, this is my job. Are you mad that people are sending me money? Are you jealous?
No,
Sounds
it's
like it.
pretty funny.
Sounds like it. You're
No,
about to
buddy.
criticize it. It sounds like you're about to run away.
No, it sounds like I'm about to do more cold calls and make another $1,000 on the day instead
Okay,
of
so
going
are you
TikTok
admitting to
live. Say,
being
hey,
a
thanks for the
a
gift, guys.
grifter?
Thanks for the gift. Really appreciate it.
So you're gonna do a call center? You make
A call
$1,000 doing call centers?
No, I profited this month 45,000.
Oh my God! Do you want a cookie?
No, I'm just saying you should honestly come work for me and do some cold calling, make $1,000 a day.
I know you'd wish that I'd work for you, but that sounds like a horrible idea.
Well, no, I feel like you'd be great in sales though.
Yeah, I probably would be, but I would rather not.
All right, well, when you change your mind, I'm waiting.
Did you just try to hire me? Like, are you just
No,
try to
no,
come up
I'm
my
just
live, be
saying
like,
you'd be
you
great.
come
You'd
up
be
here,
great
you do
in
this,
sales.
you do this for money, and you just tried to hire me. You just tried to get me to work for
I
you.
know. I'm trying to get you a foot in the door.
I think I'm pretty successful for myself.
I beg to differ.
What makes you think otherwise?
I mean, how long are you spending on TikTok live? Probably like 8 hours, right?
I go live for 4 hours every day.
4 hours. How much are you profiting?
Well, I'm actually a trillionaire.
Bro, come on, just put it in perspective. How much time? 4 hours a day. Do you think it's really worth making what? I don't even know how much you make. Probably like $100 on each live.
Yeah,
Ballpark.
I make $1 trillion.
$500 for 4 hours. What if you can land a deal? Takes less than an hour to profit over $1,000.
Okay. You say what deal?
What do you
deal are
think
you
that's
doing?
more utilize? You can
What are you trying
utilize
to?
your
What are
time
you?
a
What are
lot.
you selling?
I'm not selling anything. I just want you to hop on
So
the team.
be
Be a killer with me.
Okay, you understand that in order to be able to make money from something, you have to have a certain product that you're selling, right?
Well, duh. Yeah, of course.
Okay, so you just can't sell anything and make that much. It depends on the certain industry that you're talking about and whether or not you're able to profit on that. And then secondly, I don't do this just for money. I'm not doing this just for money. I
Stop
do
it.
this because I genuinely believe in this. I did this before I made any money.
Stop it. So if money wasn't 4 hours a day, you weren't making any money, would you still be on TikTok live?
Yes.
No, you would not.
Like for example,
Parker, buddy.
if I won the lottery, would I still go live? Absolutely. Literally, if I won the lottery, I got $1 billion in the lottery, I would still go live.
I mean, I love what you're doing. I know what you're doing. You're rage baiting. You're getting gifts.
How is
you're
this
making
rage
money.
baiting?
I love it. I love it. No, you're not rage baiting. I just love this technique. It's very.
This technique, you think it's a
very
technique
smart.
to make?
It's very smart.
So watch this. You think this is a technique to make money rather than thinking that I actually legitimately believe this, and then I happen to make money on it because I inevitably got lucky and made a platform out of it.
Parker, buddy, come on. You know what I'm talking about. One entrepreneur from another. I know. You got it. You're doing great.
Hey, dude, I just want to let you know that's literally what happened. I happened to accidentally get into this.
and I accidentally started my business.
Yeah, that's that. You understand
Parker,
that those are radically different,
props
right?
to you. Props to you. No,
Dude, this
you
guy,
finessed
man.
the system. You finessed. All right, Parker.
finessed?
Have a
You think
lovely
you
rest
think
of your
I'm-
afternoon. Go
Okay.
get some galaxies, huh?
You're gonna run away?
No, I gotta work.
You
As
gotta
much as
work?
I want to stay on TikTok Live, I'm not making money, so I gotta get going.
Okay. So all you do is
You, on
make
the other
money?
hand, you're roping it in.
So all you do is work? You don't have any free time?
Free time's profiting.
So you have no free time. So you work all day? That sounds like a horrible work-to-life balance, bro.
Nah, not really.
It does.
Not
if,
when,
if you don't have any off time, it sounds like horrible, dude.
No. I mean,
also, bro,
my
if you
dream
said,
is
if you
just to
said from
build a
1
company.
hour you make $1,000, you're definitely making more than $45,000 a month, right?
Well, depends how long. I have to pay out my team.
I mean, how much is your team? More than you
much is
make?
my team? No. I have a. I have
Okay,
a
so then you're fine.
Galaxy.
First the Galaxy.
Bang! Look at you, Parker. No.
Dude,
I
this
have
guy's.
a
Are
sales
you a
team.
frat leader?
My frat leader. Yes, I'm a frat leader.
No, were you at least in a frat?
No.
I actually don't believe you.
Okay. Well, let's just jump to the conclusion here. Do I support Trump? Don't really have time to go talk about politics now. So
Why'd you
I
join
would
Political
say,
Live then?
I just want to talk to you, Parker. You're doing great. I love it. I love seeing you up here, working,
Okay.
grinding. I love it.
This guy, dude. What a weirdo, dude. He's like, I just wanted to talk to you, man. I just wanted to have fun. He was totally a frat leader. Totally a frat bro. That was MAGA frat bro number 1. Reach the Galaxy. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. He's like, oh, I'm so happy that he got a Galaxy. Ronald, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you,
Yo.
Anna, with the $15. Thank you very much. I totally get you there. Thank you very much. Mike as well. Thank you for the $11. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I really hope that she does run. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Over 20.
Tracy, thank you for the Galaxy. Do you support Trump?
Of course.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
You said Kamala Harris or who?
Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump, brother. Why would I choose Kamala? What the fuck?
Kamala? Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, for everything that he does is amazing. Why would you choose Kamala over Trump? That doesn't make
Kamala,
sense.
I asked you, why do you support Trump? Would you like to answer that first?
I just told you because he's amazing.
Yeah, but like, what specifically do you like about him?
The business, the wars, the getting the bad people out of the country, the everything, the whole 9 yards. Because why not? We got to go through some bad times in order to get to good times, right?
Okay. What business? Because you understand that basically every metric of the economy has got worse since Trump got in office, right?
What? Well, yeah, we got to go through bad times in order to go through good times. I mean, like
Okay,
the
so-
fucked up
but
thing
you have
is
no
that
evidence
Joe
that this will
Biden
lead to
fucked
better
up the whole
times.
entire United States, and then now we got to go ahead and reconstruct it. So
Okay. Was America great under Trump's first admin?
yeah, it was.
Why didn't it have to become worse to become better under his first admin?
What do you mean? His first term
Yo,
was actually successful.
You said it was good under his first term. Why didn't it have to become worse, then become better under his first term? But under his second term, it needs to become worse before it becomes better.
His first term. What was so bad about his first term?
No, you said it was good under his first term. I said, why didn't it have to go from being bad to being good under his first term?
Because of Joe Biden.
That makes no sense.
How does it not make sense?
Joe Biden was
Joe
vice
Biden
president
fucked up
under
the whole
Obama's
entire
administration.
United States, brother.
Okay, what did Joe Biden do to make the
Joe
economy
Biden
worse?
is the reason as to why we're going to
The
war right
economy
now.
has
brother.
got worse since Trump got in office. You said Joe Biden's the reason why we're in war? No.
Is one of the reasons as to why we're in war. Yes, he was
No,
the,
that's
he was the
it's
first
literally
person
Trump.
to
How is
actually fuck
you?
us
Did you
up.
just seriously blame Joe Biden when Trump's president and Joe Biden's
So
not
you're telling
president?
me we weren't in war before
Did you just
Trump?
seriously blame Joe Biden? Are you trolling?
So you're telling me we weren't in war before Trump?
Yeah, we weren't. Not with
Oh,
Iran.
we weren't. We
We were
weren't.
not at war with Iran before Trump.
I didn't say Iran. Who said that? Why are you putting words in my mouth?
Because I'm talking about the war with Iran.
But it wasn't Iran that we were in war with, was it not?
Who
We
were we
were
at
in
war
war
with?
with somebody else. Who was it?
Who?
I'm asking you. I asked the question first.
Well, I don't believe that any new war was started under the Biden administration by Biden. So you tell me.
Oh, okay. So when Trump first came into office, well, when first was about to get elected, we were already in war with a whole nother country, were we not?
What
And
country?
he had to come into office and go ahead and fix all of that type of shit,
What
right?
country?
I don't know. I asked you first, and I want you to answer it.
Are you trying to say Russia, Ukraine? Because I mean, that would be that like Trump's still involved in that, and he actually said he was wrong on that. Did you know that?
No, I did not know that.
Yeah, he said he was wrong on that.
Okay. Okay. So why would you sit up here and go ahead and criticize your president? What are your goals out of this?
Yeah, it's to get people to stop supporting Trump. Why? Because he's harming our country. And
What
I
is
love our
harming?
country.
What's harming our country?
What's harming our country? He's sent us to
Yeah.
war with Iran, which is increasing gas prices. He has made practically every metric of the economy worse off because of his tariff policy. We had worse GDP growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. We had worse real median wage growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. We had worse job growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. Actually, the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. We saw unemployment increase. We saw inflation stay up, meaning that we can't bring down interest rates to stimulate investment. Right? So we've practically seen every metric of the economy get worse. We've also seen real domestic manufacturing investment decline every single quarter of Trump's administration. So the main things that he said he was going to revitalize in our economy, such as jobs and manufacturing, that's not happened.
Well, Jobs is about to get taken over by AI any motherfucking way. So really, Jobs is not in the. It's not really a factor. But
So
as
Trump's not
for
bringing jobs back to America? Wasn't it like one of his main
well, yeah,
campaign promises?
he is kind of. But I mean,
How?
like, how would somebody even bring back
We had the
any type of
worst
shit?
year of
How
job
would
growth.
Kamala Harris
We
be
had the
any
worst
better
year of
than
job
Trump
growth
right
in the
now?
past 4 years. How is he bringing back jobs?
Say that one more time. I didn't hear you.
We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. How is that bringing back jobs?
In the past 4, he hasn't even been president for a year, barely even a year, actually.
He's been president for over a year, and I'm
Yeah,
saying in
barely even a year.
2025 there was the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years, meaning the 4 years prior to that there were better job growth. Does that make sense?
That makes sense in a way.
Okay, so given that the 4 years prior there was job growth, right? Explain to me why you support Trump when under his administration we've seen job growth decline as comparative to the prior years.
Well, first it has to do with AI, brother. A lot of AI is taking over, so I mean, how would jobs even form
Okay.
with
It's
the
not
use of
all
AI?
AI. That makes no sense.
Mostly it's AI, bro. Do you own a business
Yes.
and you don't use AI in the business?
No.
So what business do you own?
This.
TikTok.
Yeah, I do TikTok and YouTube.
Okay. 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 So TikTok and YouTube is your source of income. So you're more of like a brain rot type of dude.
A brain rot? How am I a brain rot type of dude?
I mean, because you're sitting here just bullshitting on TikTok live about why Trump is such a bad person when he's
I'm
literally
not
our president.
bullshitting.
If he
I'm
was
giving
such a
you
bad
evidence,
president, then why
reason,
is
and
he our
logic.
president?
Hey, dude, I'm giving
If
you
he was
evidence,
such a bad
reason, and
president, then
logic.
why is he our president? Why didn't Kamala Harris
Because enough
become
misinformed people
president?
voted for him.
You said how? You said say that one more time.
Enough misinformed people voted for him. But again, what's wrong with me doing this for my job? What's wrong?
No, there's nothing wrong with it. I respect any job that's being taken in the United States, period. I respect anybody that's getting money, brother. I'm just asking you, what job are you doing? And you said TikTok and YouTube.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what the fuck? Okay. I'm thinking you're doing like service, maybe healthcare, maybe something. I mean,
Dude,
he
this
is
is my
fucking around
job.
with the
I have
healthcare.
9,000 people in my stream right now. You don't think this is my job?
I don't know you, bro. I don't know. I just came across your
Okay,
live.
that's fine. You don't have to know me. I'm not
I'm
assuming
just
you know
saying,
me.
like, what the fuck? I don't know, bro.
Hey, dude, when I see a streamer with 9,000 viewers, I assume
We're
that
talking
that's their
about Trump
job.
and Kamala Harris, and you're talking about 9,000 viewers. What
Yeah,
the fuck does that got to do with Trump and Kamala Harris?
Dude, I'm saying that this is my job, and you were like flabbergasted that this was my job. I'm like, dude, if I see a person with this many viewers, I'm going to assume that this is their job, right? Like, that's just a fact.
Well, not really. I mean, maybe you could be famous and people just come into the live, bro. That's all it is. I don't know.
If I was famous, wouldn't that then be my job then?
Being famous, sure. I mean, it could be one of your sources of income. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But I still don't believe that Trump is a bad guy in anything that he does. I mean, he is.
He's a horrible guy.
He is taking away all the bad people that's in our United States. Like, why
So
would
is he taking away himself?
What makes him a bad person?
He was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. He was credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files and tried to prevent the release of the Epstein files associated with the allegations targeted towards him from a person that got a settlement with the Epstein estate. They've also literally redacted co-conspirators' names, and he tried to prevent the release of the Epstein files, calling Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor when she tried to release the files. I can keep going. There are countless things. You don't know any reason why people hate Trump? Really?
No, I know a lot of reasons. I just want to know your reason. I'm not asking for people. I'm asking for you.
Yeah, but like, isn't that a good reason to not support him under your view?
I mean, he wasn't seen having sex with children on the Epstein.
He was credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files that was determined to be a credible accuser by the federal government, and literally got a settlement with the Epstein estate. So the accusations against Epstein were determined to be credible. She accused Epstein of literally trafficking her to Trump. I mean, this isn't complicated. This should be a reason to stop supporting Trump. Why are they limiting the conclusions associated with these interviews and the allegations targeted towards Trump? Why are they limiting them from being released?
I have no clue as to why other people are redacting things from the Epstein files.
That's under the Trump administration and the Trump DOJ, and Trump is informing the DOJ to do this.
Well, it has to be under the Trump administration because he's the fucking president right now. What other administration will it be up under?
Obviously.
He's the president right now, so it has to be him. Like, it just has to be pointed towards him because he's the president now. So if it was Kamala Harris and then Kamala Harris was in there, what would happen?
She would have followed the law and released the files.
How do you know? But she's not even the fucking president.
Because if the DOJ didn't release the files and there was a legal obligation for them to release the files, she would have literally done her best to try to hold them accountable and get a different person in the DOJ specifically to do that. Right? She would have worked with the rest of the government to ensure that they followed the law.
So how come she's not doing it now?
Because she's not president.
But isn't she like what? Isn't she still like in the government seat?
No.
Oh, she's not?
No.
What's wrong with her? What happened to her?
The Biden administration left office. They didn't get elected. Wow. The fact that I had to tell you that is actually ludicrous.
So, no. Okay, so you're telling me if your boss ended up getting fired.
I don't have a boss.
And listen, bro. Just listen. If you had a boss and your boss ended up getting fired, and then another boss came in, and then he's ended up being accused by a fucking pedophile, and the other boss just sat there and did nothing, what does that make that person? And that person knows everything about the other boss and what he does and all of that type of stuff, and she just doesn't say nothing.
Complicit.
She don't try to do anything, and she got fucking Beyonce to what do you call it?
So Kamala Harris didn't have the information about this, right? The DOJ was independent under the Biden-Harris administration. I don't know what comparison you're trying to make.
How wouldn't she have
Beyonce? Do you mean? Did you mean to say Meg the Stallion? By the way.
Beyonce, Megan Thee Stallion, and Cardi B, and Jay-Z, and
You
all
have
of them.
no issue with Trump being associated with Nicki Minaj, do you?
I mean, what's wrong with Nicki Minaj? What did she do?
What's the
She
relevant
twerked.
difference between Nicki Minaj and all of the women you just mentioned? That means you have an issue with them, but not Nicki Minaj.
I mean, what happened with Nicki Minaj? She's like not on Jay-Z or Beyonce's level.
You, what? What do you mean she's not on their level? What are you talking? Do you
She's
know who
not
Nicki
on their
Minaj
level.
is? Or what are you talking about?
Yeah, she's not a Beyonce.
Do you mean in terms of virality?
No, in every single way, shape, or form.
Be specific.
Nicki Minaj has changed her whole identity from being a gay girl to being a straight person, and is now being fucked up because is now being criticized about it because she's supporting Trump.
Okay.
Okay, so you're telling
Yeah,
me
I mean, if you condone the orange diddler's actions, you're going to be criticized for it. Absolutely. Well, how is that your
how would
defense?
he be a diddler if he hasn't even been seen on the island or done any of that type of stuff? I don't get it.
I mean, he
You
hasn't
can't even
fired
pull up
Howard
no proof
Lutnick.
of it.
He hasn't fired Howard Lutnick yet. He knows that Howard Lutnick's been on the island because there's a picture of him with Epstein on the island, and he's admitted to being on the island. Trump hasn't fired him. He
He's
also was
admitted
friends
to
with.
being on the island.
Yeah, he admitted to being on the island, and
Donald
Donald Trump
Trump.
has not fired him.
Wait, are you saying so the other guy admitted to being on the island?
Yeah,
not
Howard
Donald-
Lutnick. Howard Lutnick, who's on Donald Trump's administration, and Donald Trump's not firing him.
Let me look up who Howard Lutnick is.
Trump was credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files. They got a settlement with the Epstein estate. Okay? He is the orange diddler. Yeah, he absolutely is. So yeah, if you defend the orange diddler, of course you're going to see people critiquing you. Of course. Now, how are you going to say that Beyonce's a problem, but Nicki Minaj isn't a problem?
Because Nicki Minaj actually changed her way from being something that she wasn't.
So because
supposed to.
Nicki Minaj is MAGA? Is that your view?
Yeah. I'm
Okay,
not
so
all the way.
Okay, so I don't give a shit if your only disagreement with Beyonce and everyone you just mentioned was specifically based upon their association with Kamala Harris. I mean, you support Donald Trump.
Yes.
So I don't know what your argument is here, bud.
My argument is that I support Donald Trump, and you asked why do you support Donald Trump? So I'm just telling you
And
my reason.
you're not providing good reason for that.
Well, I tell you that Donald Trump is trying to eliminate gays in a way. He's trying to make healthcare a lot affordable.
You said
and way
Trump's
better
trying to eliminate gay people?
from being seen all around the world. Yes, from being seen on the.
So why do you want gay people to not be seen around the world?
Because why would you want your kids to look at gay people?
I have no issue with them looking at gay people. Should my kids close their eyes when looking at my sister?
Of course.
They should just close their eyes?
You shouldn't even have her around.
I shouldn't have my sister around?
At that point.
So my sister shouldn't be in my kids' lives. Why?
No, because she's a fucking goofball. Why would you be like what? Why would you want to be gay? Why would you want to choose a different gender than yourself, than the gender that
you
you're
mean the
supposed to
same
be?
gender, dumbass?
You can't even have sex with the
Yes,
same
you
gender,
can.
and have a baby. You can't have a baby with the guy.
Okay. Most time, have you had sex before?
Babe, have I had sex before? Say it louder.
I was asking you.
Oh, matter of fact,
The answer is
aren't you pregnant right now?
well, I don't know why you're asking
Oh,
someone
wait,
else.
don't
The
we have
answer
a kid up in
okay.
there right now?
Hey buddy,
Oh,
hey buddy.
okay. Oh, okay,
Most
buddy.
times that you engage in
Do you have a
intercourse.
kid? Do you have a kid?
I have 10 children. Most times you were
You have
engaging
10
in
children. You're lying out your fucking teeth right
no,
now.
I'm not.
So why are you
Don't
sitting
deny
here
my 10
lying
kids.
on TikTok
Don't
Live?
deny
So-
my 10 children, okay, buddy? So again, the point that I was trying to say is that, like, wait, actually, hold on, man. Leave your cousin out of this. I don't know why you're deciding to ask your cousin all these questions. I was asking you about that, okay? Because the point I'm trying to make is that every time, most times you engage in sex, it's not specifically to produce kids. That's not the goal in most instances. Okay? Do you think oral sex is wrong?
Okay, you done unmuting me, or
Do
you
you
done?
think oral sex is wrong?
Do I think oral sex is wrong from a guy giving it to a guy? Yeah.
Okay, but
Or a
is it
girl
wrong?
giving it to a girl?
Is it wrong
Sure.
between a guy and a woman and a man? Sorry.
No. Why would that be wrong? You guys are having
No.
intimate sex.
Okay, so let me clarify.
You guys are having sex with the
Let me
same
clarify.
people.
What is the relevant difference between two women doing it and a man and a woman doing it? That means it's okay in one scenario, but not the other.
Possibly, maybe a guy likes that, but what does that have to do with
Okay,
a
no,
man?
what is the relevant difference between two women engaging in oral sex versus a man and a woman engaging in oral sex? That means it's wrong when two women do it, but it's not wrong when a man and a woman do it.
Women are females, brother.
Can you answer the question? What's the relevant
Women,
difference?
women are females, brother.
That's not a
First,
relevant difference.
they have feminine traits to them. Feminine traits are meaning that they like it in the ass and in the mouth and everywhere around.
What? Okay,
Feminine
so,
traits, they're
so-
what do you call them? Concubines. They're
okay, so
they're fucking-
don't use that specific term. So what you're trying to say is that people specifically who are bottoms, for example, are feminine. Okay, so are tops masculine?
Listen.
Are tops
Any
masculine?
form of-
Wait,
any
I'm asking you the
form of
question. Are
rape
tops
is not right.
masculine?
From a female?
What? No, I'm
Giving
asking.
it to a man?
I'm asking, are tops masculine?
What is a tops? What is tops?
Like the guy that is engaging in the action towards the person, the guy who's on top with two men, is a guy who's a top.
Why?
Are they?
How is anything with two men masculine? What are you talking about?
Okay, well, I'm asking. Wait, you just said liking it in the
Why
butt
is having
specifically as
intimacy
feminine.
with
You were
two
trying to
men masculine?
associate
How can you
being.
even think of that?
We were trying to associate it with being penetrated with being feminine. So I tried to ask you: is literally engaging in gay sex from specifically the standpoint in which you're a top going to then be feminine under your view? And you said it's feminine, even though it's the person engaging in penetration towards another individual. So why isn't straight sex feminine? I have a question. Yeah, why isn't straight sex feminine? Unmute yourself.
How do I do that? Do I do it? Hello?
Why isn't straight sex feminine?
Okay, listen. If we're going to have a debate, you can't be muting me, bro.
Can you answer the question? Why isn't straight sex feminine?
I'm gonna answer your question, but you can't be muting me, brother. You gotta be able to talk back and forth.
Okay, I got you, man. So answer the question.
Yes, I will answer. Ask me again, please.
Okay. Do you think straight sex is feminine?
Straight sex, like boy on girl, girl on boy,
Yeah, man and woman.
man and woman. No, that is not gay in any
Why
way,
not?
shape, or form. Because how can it possibly be gay when you are
I'm
having?
not asking if it's gay. What question did I ask?
You said if it's feminine. No, it's not feminine.
Okay.
I
So
mean, maybe
why
if
not?
a guy is getting pegged, then okay, then that's kind of freaking
Okay,
weird.
wait. So
but
why is it not considered feminine?
because you guys can have babies.
Wait, if two people are infertile and they're a man and a woman, is it feminine if they engage in sex? They can't have kids.
They can't have kids, but at least you're having sex with
So
the
why is it not feminine?
because you're having sex with the opposite gender that you're supposed to be having sex
How
with.
does that make it feminine or not? That you're
Because if you
engaging
go
in
ahead
sex with
and
the
have
opposite sex. Like what?
If you go ahead and have sex with the same sex, you get HIV, AIDS, or
I'm
any
sorry.
of these.
Hey, did you know that women engaging in sex with other women are less likely to contract STDs? Did you know that? So do you think women should engage in sex with other women because they're less likely to get STDs than if they were to engage in sex with other men?
I don't think women should be having sex with other women.
Wait, you just brought up STDs. So if you want to reduce the likelihood of getting STDs, women should engage in sex with other women and they shouldn't engage in sex with you because that would reduce the likelihood in which they would get STDs.
No, that's
You're just arguing for women to not have sex with you because you would increase their likelihood of giving them STDs because you're a man.
Actually, women love to have sex with me. I don't know about women having sex with you. You don't look like you get pussy, brother. You look like you like dick for some type of odd reason.
Was that supposed to be like an own or something? Was that you owning the libs?
No, but I'm just.
Are you in a
making it
relationship
known.
currently?
I am.
So then why are you bragging about getting with a bunch of women while in a relationship?
I
Would your
mean,
girlfriend like to hear
people-
that one?
She can hear it if she wants to.
And she wouldn't have an issue with it?
No.
Are you open? Are you in an open relationship?
No.
Okay, so
I'm
she's just okay with you
at least
cheating
I
on her.
have a girlfriend. I mean, at least I don't have a boyfriend. I mean, at least I'm not supporting Kamala, who supports a whole
Kamala.
bunch of gays and
Yeah, there's
Kamala,
not. I absolutely
who supports
support gay
all
people.
these gays
100%
and
support gay people.
allowing-
Can we get some W for gay people in the comment section right now? So, by the way, I'm straight. I have a girlfriend. I live with my girlfriend. I have a question. Let's see how far far you go. Do you live with your girlfriend?
Yes.
You do? Do you pay for all the bills?
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
Did you pay off her student debt?
She doesn't have student debt.
Okay. Do you pay for
She has a
everything in her life?
$200,000 car. She had yes.
And you
she
pay for
pays a lot-
absolutely all of it. How long have you been in a relationship with
She
her?
pays for all of my stuff as well for about 7 years now, 8 years now.
So she pays for all of your stuff.
We go back and forth, bro. It's a 50-50 relationship.
Oh, okay. So you don't pay for all of the stuff for her. You're not a provider?
It depends. If I could go ahead, if I do some things for her, she does some things for me. I mean, maybe
but you're not a provider.
it
So like
is.
you're not like you're not traditional in the manner in which you're going to provide everything for your girlfriend, right?
I mean, yeah. I mean, she's not working.
So, but you just said you're 50-50.
I mean, like with actions.
Okay. So you don't pay 50-50.
Paying and having fun and enjoying life together, and she rubs my back, I go ahead and rub hers. I go take her to here, she takes me over there. We do this, we do that. I mean, it's just a 50-50 thing. I mean, I would think
Did you say he or she?
I said she takes me over here, I take her over there. I don't like. What do you mean?
Okay, so like I'm just trying to say, like, if you like are like, you know, such a traditional masculine type of person, then wouldn't you argue that you should 100% take care of all of the bills?
I do that.
You just said you don't.
Said I do. When did I say that?
You just said it was 50-50 and that she pays for some things.
In actions.
Okay. So but you said pay. So I just wanted to clarify that real quick.
Yeah.
But like,
I mean,
so then why do you feel the need? So why do you feel the need to say that other people? Wait, so I just want to let you know. You earlier were saying that I was gay. You know, typically when people want me to be gay, it's because they want to have sex with me, or because they have a crush on me.
Oh Lord, here you go with this weird.
Well, I'm just saying, dude. Typically, when people want me to be gay, it's because they want to be with me, right? I just want to clarify real quick, because like you are in a relationship. I want to make sure you're not cheating on your spouse right now.
No, I'm not cheating on my spouse, brother.
Just making sure. Just making sure.
We're just MAGA supporters, bro, and we don't support them gay peoples that allow other.
Why not? What's wrong with gay people?
Because, bro, that's weird and satanic.
How is it weird and satanic to be gay?
Why? Because first off, gayness is Satanist.
No, it's
people
not.
who can't. What is gayness then?
It's
people who can't even
being
fathom
attracted
with
to the
their
same
own
gender.
selves.
What's up?
They can't fathom with their own selves.
I think gay people can fathom themselves.
No, if it was, then why are they gay?
Because they understand themselves, and that's what their sexual attraction happens to be. I have a question. Do you think being gay is a choice?
Yes.
Could you choose to find me
100%.
sexually arousing right now?
If it was my choice.
Okay, then choose to do it right now. Prove it to the crowd. Say that you find me sexually attractive and that you're gay for me, and then just revert back.
No, because I'm not gay.
But you just said you could choose to do that real quick. So prove to the class that you can do that by choosing to be gay real quick, saying that you're gay for me, and then reverting right back.
Why do you want me to be gay for you? Why
Dude,
do you? That
you
is
literally,
weird, bro.
hey, dude, you literally just said you could choose to do it. So explain to me how you have this superpower by demonstrating that to us on the stream.
What do you mean that superpower? How is that a superpower?
Yeah, you have the superpower, the ability to choose to be gay, like on command. So demonstrate that superpower by choosing to be gay real quick, saying that you're gay for me, and then reverting back real quick.
I'm not doing that. That's
because you can't.
not.
It's because it's not a choice.
It is a choice, but
Okay,
I'm
then
not
choose
going
to do that real quick. Prove it.
How about you prove it? How about you do it to me so I could go here so you could?
I
prove
don't
to
think
your
it's a
family-
choice. I don't think it's a choice. I'm straight. I don't have to actively choose to not find men sexually arousing. I just happen to not. You said you have to actively choose to not find men sexually arousing. That's what you're saying.
I don't go through the gay loopholes. I don't try to do
What
the
are you
gay
talking about?
thing.
You just said that you have to actively choose to not find men sexually arousing. That's what you just said. Because you said that being gay is a choice.
So you're saying what is it? Is it genetics or what is it? What is it?
Yeah, I think it's not a choice. I think that there
So
are
what do you
certain
think it
type
is?
of... What's up?
What is it?
There are certain genes associated with preconditions for being gay or for being straight, but like I just want to say that there's no one specific gene that determines whether or not you're gay or straight in every single scenario. But it is not a choice to be gay, and I just proved that because I demonstrated that you cannot choose to be gay. And if, by the way, you can, that just means you're bi and you don't know it, unironically. Because I'm straight. I don't have the capacity to choose to find men sexually attractive. That's not within my capacity. So if you're actively choosing to not find men sexually arousing, that means you're just repressing your sexuality.
Repressing my sexuality.
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with you being bisexual.
Okay. So now I'm bisexual because I said I don't.
Yeah,
support
because
gay.
you have to actively choose to not find men sexually attractive, which means you're repressing your bisexuality. Yeah.
That doesn't make sense, bro.
That's literally what that means. Like, if you can choose to find men sexually attractive, that's literally words for the fact that you already have the capacity to find men sexually attractive. So you're saying that you can repress that attraction that you have for men, or you cannot repress it. That's what you're saying.
No, I just.
So all you've
don't-
done on the live stream so far is explain that you are bisexual yourself.
No, actually, what I've done on the live is.
Or you're saying that you don't have the ability to choose to find men sexually attractive, and you were just lying. So it's one or the other.
Well, let me tell you like this, bro. I'm not going to go on your live and embarrass myself by saying that you're actually attractive and all this extra weird ass shit for you to go ahead and get some type of whatever the fuck it is for you to, like, I don't know. That's just weird to me. Like, why would I sit here and go do that?
You're
Like, that's-
saying you have the choice to be able to do that. So I'm just saying prove it.
I mean, it is a choice for somebody
do it,
to
prove it.
choose to be with a man or a female. Like you chose to be
Okay,
with
so
your girl.
choosing
You
to
could've chose-
choosing to
if
have
you
sex
chose
with
to be
someone
with your
is
girl,
different
then
from
you
a,
could've
wait.
chose-
We're talking about the
choose to be with
attract. Hey,
another
hey,
girl,
hey,
you
bro,
chose
hey,
your
bro,
girl.
hey, bro,
What
hey,
the
bro,
fuck?
hey, bro, hey, bro. Is being straight the action of engaging in sex with a woman, right? Or is being straight having attraction towards women?
Both.
Both? Okay, wait. So were you not straight prior to having sex?
Of course I was.
Of course you were straight. So again, straightness, gayness is defined based upon the attraction, not based upon the action.
It's both.
What do you mean?
I mean, if you're gay and you're attracted to a guy, then that's just what you are, and you chose to be like that because
No,
maybe
you
no
didn't choose that. That just happens to be your attraction. Hey Rock, thank you so much for the galaxy. Again, all you're telling us is that you have to actively choose to not find men sexually attractive.
I'm not actively trying to not find men sexually attractive. I'm just actively
You
not.
just said you have to
giving a fuck
choose to
about
not
other
find men
men.
sexually attractive.
I don't choose to do that type of shit. Like, why
So you
would I
don't.
want
So
to
it's
do
not a
it?
choice.
It's a choice, and it's a fucking.
So it is a choice. So you actively have to choose.
I don't actively have to choose. I'm just not.
You inactively choose? That makes no sense.
No, I just like women, and women like
so
me
it's not
back.
a
So,
choice.
like, why would I choose? Why would I
So
choose?
so it's
another-
not a choice.
I'm a very handsome man. Like, why would I choose to go ahead and be with all of this when all these girls is coming after me? Like, what
You don't
sense
think
does that make?
conventionally attractive men are gay?
Maybe so.
What?
I don't know. Maybe they are. I don't know. That's them. I just don't think that kids should be watching gay people on screen or being inside of some type of sport with another dude.
So gay people just shouldn't be on
Go ahead
TV?
and be with some females.
So how do you identify? So then people are still going to be gay on TV. They're just not going to tell you that they're gay, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So you're
That's why
okay.
I
You're
don't
okay
choose
with
to
seeing
support.
gay
I
people
don't
on
choose
TV.
to- I don't like seeing gay people on TV. I don't watch
Why?
TV.
How do
like
you
that.
know that they're gay?
I don't know. I don't
Exactly.
care
So then
about
why?
people.
So then how do you have an issue with it if you don't know?
If it's TV, I mean, it's a movie and they're not doing gay things. It's like, okay, I'm not looking at the dude for who he is. Maybe
Wait, so-
the dude on the screen is gay. Who knows?
So by the way, your big issue is two men kissing or two women kissing.
Yes.
So you don't want to see two women kiss?
No. I don't want to see two women, two men kissing in front of my kids or even away from my kids. I don't want my kids looking at
Well, I
that
have a
type of
question.
weird ass.
Why is it okay for your kid? Would you be okay with the kids watching Beauty and the Beast?
I've never seen Beauty and the Beast, so I don't know. I'm okay with my kids
Can you
watching.
tell me
whatever
any
I watch.
children's movies you've watched?
I don't know. Just name some. I gotta think. I don't
Do
know.
you know any children's movies?
I've barely watched children's movies, so even when I
You've
was
never seen a children's movie?
Nitro, like the snail.
Okay, well, we need something that actually.
Turbo.
Have you seen Despicable Me?
Despicable Me, I've seen it. Yes.
Okay, so if Gru's, have you seen the new ones that came out? Gru's partner. You haven't seen that?
I've seen the first one only.
Fuck, Jesus Christ, dude.
I don't do gay things, bro. I don't watch kids things. I don't do any of that type of stuff. I don't allow my kids to do that. I don't support anybody that allows other people to watch gay people or
Shrek. Have you seen Shrek?
Shrek? Yes.
Okay, if Shrek's partner was a dude, would you have an issue with that?
There is no ifs.
If Fiona was a dude, would you have an issue with that?
How is she a dude?
No, I'm asking if she was a dude, would you have an issue with that?
Yeah.
Why?
Because what the fuck? Why is it a kids movie and you're supporting gay people? So now you want people to be
The only difference
masculine?
between the wait, by the way, the only difference in the movie is not any of the actions they've engaged in, just the gender of the individual that was literally married to Shrek.
There's some that's why I don't allow my kids to watch a lot of. I don't even like them watching movies or TV or being on a tablet or even watching YouTube. Or
You have an
even
issue with your kids watching movies.
I don't like them watching TV, period. Yes.
I don't like these kids watching TV or watching the movies. Oh, what are you talking
No.
about? What do you mean?
No.
You won't let your kids watch TV or movies? You're a horrible
No.
dad then. What are you talking about?
I will be a horrible dad. That's just not what they should be doing. They should be focused on their imagination and doing the best things that they could possibly do every single day. I think that they should be focused on something else than watching movies. I think they should be focused on reading or writing or learning about themselves or doing other things. I don't think
So no movies for children. Yeah,
They could
no
watch
free time for
movies.
kids. No free time for kids, everybody. They better be doing something every second of the fucking day, everybody. Every single one of them. 1 second off. And I swear to God, they're losing everything. They're gone. They're done, actually. No
I'd rather
movies,
them-
no
I'd rather
TV
them
shows,
grow up and
nothing,
be a
actually.
man,
Sit there and
like
stare
a
at the
tiny
fucking
little
wall.
dickhead like you.
No movies, no TV shows. Stare at the wall, actually. Look at that
least my
wall.
son got
6,
more
7
muscles than
hours a
you,
day.
and
I
he's
don't give a
only
shit,
5.
okay?
My
Look
son
at
got
that
more
fucking
muscles than you,
wall.
brother, and he's 5. He got more muscles than you, and he's 5.
Okay, that's a ridiculous thing to say.
It's kind
and also-
of hard to understand that you're a scrawny
It's
little
muscles.
guy.
Oh, you're mad. You're triggered, bro.
No, you're just a scrawny little guy.
You're
and
triggered.
It's kind of funny
You're,
how you
you're
get
triggered.
mad.
How does
It's
it
just
feel
so
to be
freaking
triggered?
funny.
You're overly
No,
emotional right
it's
now. You're
kind of
triggered.
funny. I'm not emotional. You're emotional.
Yeah, you're
Look at-
emotional right now. You literally just tried to make fun of me for being scrawny, dude. That's what you just tried
You
to do.
are
Because I
scrawny.
owned you. I
You need to
literally
give
owned
me
you
a
in a debate, and
gym.
you're like, "Huh, you're skinny, Parker." Nice own,
You
bro.
need
Good
to
job.
get in the gym, bro. You need to like stop thinking about gays and stop thinking about Kamala. 'cause
You're the one.
bitch is
You're the one who
gone.
brought up
She's
gay
outta
people
here.
first.
She's gone.
Wait,
She's
you
not
wait.
going to
You
be president
wait.
ever again.
Wait, dude. You were the
Kamala
one.
is gone.
You
bro.
were the one who portrayed me as gay first. You literally talked about me being
You
gay
are
first.
gay. You're scrawny.
I'm
and
not.
Look like a bitch.
You want me to be gay?
You are.
Why do you want me to be gay?
Because you're a scrawny little kid.
So you want me to be gay because I'm scrawny and I'm a kid? That makes no sense.
You're gay because you're scrawny, bro, and you don't.
Okay,
don't
so
support
there are no
masculinity.
skinny straight men. Is that what you just said?
No, they're skinny straight men, but they're
Okay,
skinny.
so how come
they're
I can't be a
skinny gay men,
skinny
too.
straight man?
Because you support gay people, bro.
Wait.
You don't support
Wait,
masculinity.
wait.
don't
You just
have
said,
no
wait, did you just say I was a
testosterone in your
kid?
body.
Wait, did you say that I was a kid? It sounds like you wanted kids to be gay. You just said I was gay, and you just said I was a kid because, or you said I was gay because I was a kid. I was a scrawny
the
kid.
word.
So why
It's
do you
the
want
word.
kids to be gay?
It's the word.
Why do you want kids to be
I
gay?
just told you 100%.
You just said that you wanted me to be considered gay because I'm a scrawny kid.
Oh my god, this guy.
How does it feel getting absolutely
You take
owned over and over
drugs?
again?
I think you take drugs.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
You got to stop taking drugs, brother. You got to
No, I
get
won't.
clear.
I
minded.
never-
You gotta
never
start
stop.
getting in
I
that
won't
gym and
stop.
start
Can't
doing
stop,
something
won't stop.
Better with yourself.
Can't stop, won't stop.
I mean, drugs is cool. I mean,
Can't stop, won't stop. Always stay elevated 100% of the time. Keep it going.
I think females should be.
I want to see it every day. Elevation 24/7. Elevate every day. Elevate 24/7. Elevate in the morning. Elevate in the night. Elevate in the middle of the day. Elevate at any point in time.
Elevate at all.
You hear that here first, folks. Taylor, by the way, thank you for the $5 for the Pieces tithe. Thank you very much. Jesse, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Holly, thank you for the $5. Benjamin with the $5. Thank you. Jordan
go
with the
ahead and
$5.
thank
Lisa, thank you for the
everybody
$1.
right now.
Elizabeth with the $2.
to that
Bethany, thank you for the
because you're
$5. Hannah with the $1.
to
Jennifer
that
with the
because you're
$10. Thank you very much.
sexually and
Maya, thank you for the
big
$1. Tina,
masculine
thank you for the
that's fucking
$5.
have no
Skylar, thank you so
testosterone
much for
in
the
your
$10.
body.
Thank you.
Of course,
Alyssa, thank you so
Kamala
much for the
Harris,
$5. Thank you.
because you just
Michael with the $20. Thank you very much, Michael. I really appreciate you. Give W's for Michael in the comment section. Emily, thank you for the 10 cents. Morgan, thank you for the $5. Haley with the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Haley. Kimberly with the $20. Thank you so much for this guy's a total weirdo. I know, right? Thank you so much. Anna, thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. Mike with the $11. Thank you very much. Nick, thank you so much. I really appreciate the member subscription. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. W's for them in the comment section like you've never seen before. Rob, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Brandon with the $2. Sir, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Sofer, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Lauren with the $10. Sofer, thank you for the $5. Bree, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Lauren with the $10. Thank you. Brandon with the $5. With the $2. Steve with the $5. Kara, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you very much. Elysian, thank you for the $5. Bertie, thank you for the $2. Bree Dog, thank you so much for the $2. Kevin with the $5. Zumba with the 10. Bree, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Brand with the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mark, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Alrighty, that's so funny. He got a harassment and bullying flag. So we got to go on to the next person. Why were they so triggered? Larry, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Like, literally so triggered for no reason. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do actually.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Alrighty, I have two people to thank, and then we can go on our conversation. Sophia, thank you for the $5 for you so mad and wrong. Funny as fuck, I know, right? Wendy, thank you for the $2 for the gay money. Thank you very much. W gay money in the comment section. Alrighty, why do you support Trump?
I just feel like when you compare the two, like Trump is just better.
How so?
I don't know. He's not a bitch. Like he's just like.
Are you just trying to be demeaning and say that women are like? Why are you trying to refer to a woman that way?
No. I'm not. I'm just saying like the actions, like his actions.
The other candidate was Kamala Harris, so she's a woman. So what actions are you referencing, bro?
Like the recent, like the war, you know, like.
So him starting war with Iran on behalf of the state of Israel is not like a good thing. That's a bad thing.
Well, I know war is bad in general, but like, if Iran had the same like.
Do you think it's masculine to dodge the draft?
Do I think it's what?
Masculine to dodge the draft.
What does that mean?
Like if there's a draft happening and you're a man that's of draft age to be drafted to the military, do you think it's masculine to dodge the draft?
So not get drafted?
Yeah, to evade the to draft. Like you get called to draft and you say, "Oh, I can't go get drafted because I have this thing in my heel called bone spurs, and the person who diagnosed me of this is someone that works for my dad."
No, that's not masculine.
Yeah, that's what Trump did.
Really?
Yeah, that's literally what Trump did. Yeah.
So wait, so we're having a draft right now?
No, I'm talking about when Trump was younger with the Vietnam War. I mean, they said that they might consider a war. I mean, a draft, sorry. But so the draft dodger is considering putting you in the draft.
But until it happens, you really can't,
You're okay with risking it? I thought you guys were voting for Donald Trump because you thought Kamala Harris was going to bring about a draft.
Well, I mean, like, there's no draft yet anyway. I doubt that it's going to happen.
Okay, but like, you don't think it's masculine, very masculine for Donald Trump to dodge the draft, so why do you support Trump? Sounds like he's a bitch under your view.
Well, I'm not saying women are bitch. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just saying, like, when it comes
No,
down
you
to
were trying to say that, like, someone's a coward, for example, right? And based upon that argument, Trump's a coward.
No, I'm trying to say that, like, the way that he thinks compared to the way she thinks is just, like, it doesn't make any sense.
Okay, be specific. How does she think in a manner in which is
if
wrong?
we're talking, like, let's, like, right now, like, with the war, right? Like, what do you think she would have done if she was
She
in a
would not have
situation?
gone to war with Iran.
Well, they're technically, like, we're only in war with Iran because we're aiding Israel.
Yeah, that's a bad thing.
Yeah, so you think she wouldn't have done the same thing?
Yeah, she would not. She disagrees with it.
So you're saying that if Kamala Harris was president and Israel needs help to fight Iran, or you know what I mean? She wouldn't have done, like, she wouldn't have helped Israel.
She would not have gone on and fought a preemptive war on behalf of the state of Israel. That's what she disagreed with.
So what do you not like about Trump then, right now?
He was held civilly liable of sexually abusing women. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they changing without their consent. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years.
Oh, you know what I think about, actually?
What?
When I think about all this stuff with politics and with, like, presidents, I get, like, debating it and talking about it. But, like, like, for...
You cut out. I can't hear you.
You, like, for example, the Epstein files, right? Like, I see all these protests about, like, the Epstein files and, like, people, like, trying to bring awareness to it. But, like, I look at it and I'm just like, it's pointless because, like, you can't really change anything. You know what I mean? Like, the president's going to stay the president. And,
You
like,
can
nothing's
change
gonna
things.
be-
You can put pressure on the presidency. You don't think protesting is effective?
Well, no, it's effective in some ways, but, like,
Okay,
I'm
so
trying
then
to
it
say
is
that
effective.
It doesn't, like, you can't change the past. That shit that happened with him, that already
But you can
happened.
change how policy affects people for the future.
No, yeah, you could change that, yeah.
That's what we're trying to do.
But, like, he clearly, like, it's not working, like, he's just gonna keep...
But we're going to
doing
try our
it.
best to hold them accountable and to do what we can to prevent him from doing this.
So what do you want him to, like, right now, what do you want to prevent him from doing right now?
Yeah, I want him to prevent him from undermining constitutionally protected rights, from trying to undermine voting rights, and engaging in voter suppression, from him trying to undermine our constitution and our democracy, from engaging in overly authoritarian action and foreign wars, and risking
So
U.S.
what do you
service
think
members
about-
for the state of Israel and for foreign actors.
What do you think about ICE?
I think it should be abolished and it should be structured in the government in a different way. Or if border enforcement should be structured in the government in a different way, in which doesn't allow for the president to change policy in this way, in which would disenfranchise people's due process rights or constitutionally protected rights, such as, for example, the Fourth Amendment, where Donald Trump allowed for ICE to not use judicial warrants to search and seize, which violates people's Fourth Amendment rights. So I would like to structure it within the federal government in a different way, in which doesn't allow for it to be changed by the president to limit abuses of powers, while simultaneously thinking it should be going after people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes, and not just people coming here for a better life.
So, like, if you were the president, what would you do with all the illegal immigrants and stuff like that?
I'd provide a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, and I would make the legal process go significantly quicker.
But don't you think that, like, because he's technically giving them a chance, right? He's saying if you go back yourself, you can come back as a normal citizen, right?
Yeah, but the legal process takes several years on average to go through, so that's not like a legitimate alternative for many people.
Well, yeah, but like, it's better than getting forcefully, than how it is right now.
I don't know what you mean.
Like, I'm saying, like, doing that, going back yourself, going through the process of coming to America legally, is better than forcefully being removed.
Okay, but it's still not a preferable alternative to just trying to hide yourself in the country.
Well, yeah, but they come here for like a better life. I get that, but like at the end of the day, it's illegal.
Okay,
You know
so
what I mean?
let's provide a legal pathway that's quicker. And
Well,
if you
so
have an
then why
issue
do-
with people breaking the law, then you wouldn't support Trump violating people's constitutionally protected rights. You wouldn't support Trump violating the law and not releasing all the Epstein files when he's legally obligated to do so. Trump violating the law on countless occasions. He's a convicted criminal.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he is. But like that, like, how is he president then?
Because you guys voted for him. There was enough misinformed Americans to vote for him.
But like, see all this bad stuff, and like he was still in the election. So like,
Yeah, because there's no constitutional aspect that limits him from running for president of the United States based upon those elements.
what do you think about the gas prices?
It's worse off. Why are you pivoting?
No, I'm just saying. What do you think about the gas prices?
Trump's increased them. That's bad.
Yeah, it is bad. Yeah, I know. You think they're
What do
gonna go
you
down?
think about the gas prices?
I don't. I mean, I agree with you. It's bad.
Okay, so I don't know why you pivoted to that after.
So like,
it makes you look bad.
I don't care what it makes me look like. Honestly, I don't care how I look. I'm just trying to talk. Biden, the amount of time that Biden was in the office, weren't the gas prices like higher for a longer amount of time than right now?
Say that one more time.
When Biden was the president, the gas prices were at like $6 a gallon, $5 a gallon, whatever, for a longer time than what it is right now.
That is
Like,
not
on
because of
average.
Biden's actions, though. Like nothing Biden did cause that. This war was started by Trump, so he caused that.
Wait, so what caused it with Biden then?
It was due to the Russia-Ukraine situation, which would have happened regardless of Trump or Biden in office. Because it wasn't started by the U.S. It was started by Russia.
Yeah. So you know the whole thing with Venezuela, how he took the president?
Yeah?
Do you support that?
No, because I don't think it materially benefited the people in Venezuela, and I think that the U.S. just used it to steal oil from Venezuela.
Wait, so yeah, so if they have, because like Venezuela is like the highest oil reserve, right, in the world, right?
Okay.
I'm just asking, like they have the highest oil reserve, right?
Yeah.
So then, do you think that he's gonna use it to help with the gas prices?
I don't think it's good to steal oil from other countries to reduce our gas prices. I think that's a bad idea.
So what about when the Iran?
Do you think it's okay to steal from others to benefit yourself?
No, no. Of course
Okay.
not. But I mean, obviously, he hasn't done anything yet he hasn't stolen any oil from Venezuela at all.
He has. They said,
Already?
give us oil or we will bomb you. Yeah.
They said that? Who said that?
Trump.
On what, a tweet?
National television. He said it out loud. Yeah.
He said, give us oil or we will bomb you.
Yeah.
He will bomb Venezuela.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah, I didn't see that. What do you think about Iran's supreme leader being killed?
Okay. Another one of the examples of Trump engaging in war with Iran, not supported by the American people, to distract away from the Epstein files.
You think, but okay, the Epstein files.
Yeah,
they're
he's
gonna
going
be
to
talking
war
about-
for Israel to send U.S. service members to go die for a foreign country to distract away from the Epstein files.
So you think that, but okay, here's what I don't get, right? You don't, he doesn't have to go to war to distract people from the Epstein files. The Epstein files.
I think it was a pretty effective manner of distracting people from the Epstein files.
Well, clearly everyone still talks about it, so no one's distracted.
A lot less people are talking to it though.
Okay, but there's still like people talking about it. There's still people protesting about it.
But to a lesser extent than what was prior.
Okay, so but do you because you know how the Iranian people, when the supreme leader got killed, they were like cheering, they were happy.
Yeah, and there were also Iranians that were screaming "Death to America" and mourning the death of the Ayatollah. Is that like an argument for we should think that? No.
No. I'm just
there were people that did the same thing after Saddam Hussein. So do you think that we should have invaded Iraq?
What?
Do you think we should have invaded Iraq?
Yeah.
You think we should have?
If that was what was necessary for him, yeah. And
okay, so I mean, you support the invasion of Iraq. That's literally what Trump was disagreeing with. Remember originally?
Was that Barack Obama?
Angelica, thank you so much. Really appreciate the Galaxy. Bush.
Wait, do you support it?
No.
Wait, but whose presidency was that under?
I told you, Bush.
And Bush was a Republican or a Democrat?
Are you serious? A Republican? You don't know that George Bush was a Republican? That's crazy, dude. What?
So if
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Well, maybe it's because you were just too young. That makes sense, I guess.
Yeah. No, I didn't really care about all the presidency stuff when I was younger. But wait, so Bush did it under his presidency, and he was fine with invading Iraq, but Trump's not fine with invading Iraq?
Yeah.
But why? Why is there why do they disagree?
Trump was arguing no new wars, expel the warmongers from our government, and then starts war.
Bro, it's because of Israel, bro. That's the only reason why we're in the war.
So why did Trump do it on behalf of Israel when Biden said no?
That's a good question.
Interesting.
I don't know. Yeah. But, Israel is like...
In the meantime, let me thank a few people real quick. Ronald, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. Lydia, thank you for the $10. Ronald, thank you so much for the $. Well, yeah, that was really funny. Thank you so much. Justina, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much on PayPal. I really appreciate it. Allison, thank you for the $2. Bruno with the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Jolene, thank you for the $5. And Ronald, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Matthew, thank you for the $17.76. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And Jaden, thank you so much. Well, I appreciate you just being here. Thank you very much. Alrighty. What you laughing at?
Bro, these guys are hating. Bro, I look like such an idiot.
You said you look like an idiot?
Yeah.
Why?
R 2.0 needs more education about American history.
Yeah, you I mean, you do.
I mean, yeah, when it comes to this, I guess. All right, well, I guess that's it.
Okay. I mean, is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Probably.
Such as?
If anything, for me to stop supporting him would probably be just to do something that's putting us in danger. Because I don't think Iran, honestly,
You mean going to war with Iran? He said that there will be attacks on U.S. soil in the future. You know that, right? That's what Trump said.
I said but I said putting us at complete war. Like Iran compared to us is little.
Iran is a war. We're at war with Iran.
I know, but it's no one's we're not at war with them because we're doing it to them. They're not doing anything to us. You know what I mean? They're little compared to us. That's what I'm trying to tell you. No damage is being done to us in America.
There is damage being done to us. That's just really stupid to say that. There aren't Are there service members that have died?
Yeah, there are.
Okay, so by the way, also Trump said that there will be attacks against Americans on U.S. soil. That's what he said. He said it's just about when. And that's just something that happens in war.
So that only attacks on U.S. soil only happens in war?
No, Trump said it happens in war. That's what he says.
All right, but that's probably it.
Alrighty.
All right, nice talking to you.
Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It helps get it out to more people as always. Let's get this next person up here. Again, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Fossey, thank you so much for the $40. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Of course, Fossey, I really appreciate it. It's always good to see you. It's always good to see you. Thank you so much. And that's amazing. That's amazing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Fossey. Segan, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is really good. That is a really funny one. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
So I have a quick question. So why is there so much outrage in this war in Iran? Where how many troops have died? In U.S. troops, how many have died?
Last time I checked, it was over 13.
Right. So under Obama, he bombed 7 countries and 2,500 troops died. So why was there no outrage back then, where there is now?
There was, and I also disagree with the U.S. intervention then. But do you understand there's a distinction between starting
you could,
a war of
you could
aggression
definitely say that,
defensive conflicts? I just want to clarify, or continuation.
Right, but the amount of outrage was extremely selective then versus now.
I don't think you hold me accountable for this, because I was seriously not even involved in politics. That makes no sense to bring this up.
No, I'm not saying you personally. I'm just saying generally.
Okay, so what's your big point then?
So why is everyone so against this war in Iran when Obama killed under Obama 2,500 U.S. troops were unalived, and
can I explain something to you?
Thousands of civilians.
I disagree with war under Obama. I disagree with war under Trump.
But so, can you explain to me why there wasn't very much outrage during the Obama administration?
One,
with this,
there was
with
outrage.
his wars?
2, I don't know why you're using this as an argument against me. It's an
I'm just
irrelevant argument
curious.
against me. Okay, go look it up on Google.
Well, I'm just.
Okay.
I mean, I could look it up on Google, but it doesn't
then
really
go do it.
make much sense
I'm
to
asking
me
you, why do you support
everyone's
Trump?
so outraged right now when they
Can you
weren't
give me an argument
outraged
against
when
my
Obama
positions?
did way worse.
Can you give me an argument against my positions, or are you just lazy and you just want to keep repeating the same thing over and over again?
Sorry, what was your position?
Oh my God, I'm asking you, do you want to argue against any of my positions?
As in what? What
As
were
in
they?
you're
Sorry?
bringing up something irrelevant to me. Okay, I disagree with war under Democratic administrations and Republican administrations. I don't just say it for Republicans.
Oh, then I don't honestly. I'm not a huge fan of Trump. I'm just I'm just looking at the cat.
So you
the
wouldn't
chat.
vote for
They're
Trump?
just freaking out at me right now.
So you don't vote for Trump? You wouldn't vote for Trump?
I would. I'd rather vote for Trump over Kamala. It's the lesser of two evils, in my opinion.
Okay, do you live in the U.S.?
I'm a dual citizen. My family's from Connecticut.
Okay. So you vote in U.S. elections?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't vote last time. I didn't vote for either.
And are you also Canadian?
Canadian living in Europe.
So you're
U.S. Canadian living in Europe.
Okay, so you're more than a dual citizen.
No,
Citizen?
I'm not European. I just live here.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right. So why are
I got
you...
away from North America from all this drama.
Then why are you going on a live talking about the politics relating to it?
Fair point. It's okay. I'll let someone else come up. I was just,
And
I've
also,
been
by the way,
thinking about...
you're going to Europe, to an area in which is more liberal, right?
Technically not in the European area I'm in.
Okay. All right. Well. Alrighty, well,
Not
so
France, UK.
if you want to get rid of
I'm
all the
actually in
North American
Switzerland.
stuff, why do you support Trump?
Because I hold more conservative values. I'm more pro free market.
He's not more pro free market. How is he pro free market? Hello? Okay. I think they just left. Can everyone hear me? Alrighty. Okay. They left, yeah. Alrighty, I guess. Anthony, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, they are a bit brutal. Phoebe, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you from Poor. And I wrote to women living in Iran, and they wrote me back. I posted their responses. They said my TikTok is. I'll have to take a look into that. Oh, thank you so much. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Tracy, think of the Galaxy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hey, Jay Roman, send a guest request right now. Let's debate, bro. Let's debate. I can't send you an invite for some reason. Send a guest request. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm glad you haven't hit the anxiety pen lately. Proud of you.
And how old are you? Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Steve, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Well, thank you. Let's go to the next individual here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Gene, thank you for the $10 as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election out today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
January 2008.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Well, because he gave like money to a lot of like citizens like every like year.
Through what policy?
What?
I said through
Sorry.
what policy? You just swiped out of the app. Can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Hey,
When-
Parker, my brother is a Trump supporter, and I'm trying to convince him not to be. So I told him to join the live, by the way.
Got you. W move, by the way. So
Sorry.
So what policy?
Well, Sorry. It's not funny, bro. I'm trying to explain. Okay, so like, when I was like growing up, right? Like I was trying to like figure out what he did wrong, but to be honest, he didn't do anything wrong because like he did like he like I said, he paid for all the citizenships or not citizenships, the citizen. Stop, it's not funny. I'm trying to talk. I'm sorry. Please. Well, yeah, I am a Trump supporter and I was just it's not funny. Sorry. It was under So I really don't know, but like I've like seen that like he promised when it was his election, he promised to reduce taxes and reduce like all this stuff about him. And I think he's a great guy because from all the stuff that he did and
Such as?
and like for example, he reduced taxes. He helps find people get jobs and all everything like that.
Can I let you know something? He's
And
actually, we've had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years under the Trump administration. We had way better job growth under the entirety of the Biden administration. How do you feel about that?
that's a lie.
That's a fact,
It's not
according
funny.
to the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Well, I don't know what to say to that, but
Okay, so
well,
if
to be
he's made
honest,
it worse off to get jobs, why do you support him? Because he's going to bring back jobs.
bring back what?
Why do you support him? Because he's bringing more jobs. If in reality he's brought about less jobs.
Well, because AI, it's AI. Come on now,
Was AI?
like him, like people saying stuff about him.
Okay, I feel like you're trolling now.
I'm not. I swear to God, I'm not. Okay,
that didn't make any sense. Go to
next.
the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That's literally governmental data on the economy.
Okay, but then what about the border? How he like blocks off everyone, or, sorry, not everyone, like the immigrants, for example. He tries to make things right for our country because he's trying to.
I'm sorry, I feel like they are trolling. Um, if the sister, I mean, I feel really bad if they were actually being serious, but I feel like they were trolling. I feel like if they weren't trolling, then the what you got to dispute there is the fact that they need to have better facts. So, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, why would you hit that, bro? I just told you not to. Do it again.
Let's go to the next individual. What's
Yo,
up, how old are
hit
you?
that vape, bro. That's the most I've ever seen.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's get this next person up here. Kimberly, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. What's up? How old are you?
Bet you want.
Kimberly, let me know your name, by
32.
the way. And do you support Trump?
I just bet you won't do it again.
I will. I'm just going to get someone up here before I do. Why are you smiling so much? I guess I'm just a happy guy, man.
Do it again, Parker.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I got to get a debate up here first. What's up? How old are you?
Do it again, Parker.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Let's go to the next individual here real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. It started a movement, chat. Look what I've started. What's up? How old are you?
52.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd have to go with Trump.
Okay. Alrighty, I already have a few people to thank real quick, and then we can move on to our conversation. Hi, Janaea. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $4. Thank you very much. Gene, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. As well as Anthony, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it again. Thank you. Sari, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Let me make sure to catch up fully on YouTube. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As well as Steve, thank you for the $5. I think I'm actually fully caught up already. Why do you support Trump?
I don't know. I just feel that he's a better leader.
Why so?
Well, he knows how to he knows how to negotiate.
Okay, how so?
Well, really, what I wanted to ask you was, what do you think about the SAFE Act bill?
I don't think it's actually to ensure more election integrity. I think it's just a ploy from the Republicans to engage in voter suppression. I don't think it's actually going to meaningfully make our elections more secure. I think that Trump's administration has actively tried to undermine our democracy and our election processes, literally with legitimate, determined elections. In 2020, Joe Biden won the election. He still hasn't accepted that determination. So this is just another one of his ploys to try to engage in voter suppression to then cause Republicans to be able to win, right? Rather than specifically him trying to ensure the integrity of our election processes.
So, honestly, being you're a Democrat, I mean, would you, I mean, are you against having an ID?
I'm not against the idea of having specifically identification for voting. I think that's already involved in the process for registering.
So when Chuck Schumer says that tens of millions of people are going to get, not be able to vote because of not having a valid ID, where is he? I mean, what is he actually saying? I mean, that illegals should be able to vote
No.
without an ID.
No. Democrats are making the claim that undocumented immigrants should vote. That's not the argument. We think that right now, undocumented immigrants already are not voting. And there already are processes to limit people who are not citizens from voting.
So, you don't think we need the clarity,
Not at all. I think it's unnecessary. I think the Republicans are going to try to make it seem like we're not in support of, or we're in support of undocumented immigrants voting, but, that already isn't happening. This is just straight up voter suppression. It's not to ensure the integrity of our elections. There's no issue with our election processes already. The election determinations were already legitimate before, and they tried to undermine them. They're simply trying to do what's going to get them elected. They're not trying to ensure the integrity of our election processes.
Okay, let me ask you this: that Maduro, or who it was in Venezuela, the president that he went down and got picked up, put in jail. Do you think he's gonna rat on people with the voting machines? You think he's holding back on that and gonna use that?
Do you mean Maduro?
Yeah, Maduro. Yeah.
I mean, I think Maduro illegitimately got into that position, but they didn't try to establish the rightful people who won in that position, and they also didn't materially benefit the Venezuelan people at all. They kept the same regime in office, and they literally just said, "Give us oil, or we're going to bomb you." So they stole oil from Venezuela. So to me, that sounds like they're not helping the Venezuelan people at all, and that's not the goal.
Right. Okay, Parker. That's just all I want. I want to see what you thought about that. That's a big subject right now. And I believe it's gonna, it's gonna be a big factor in this, upcoming, what you call it, help me out here. Well, the voting, I mean, because, if illegals are voting, I don't agree with that.
They're not. The reality is that they're not voting. The midterms are not going to be affected by this at all. Trump is literally just trying to
midterms.
engage
That's what I was trying to say. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Trump is just trying to engage in voter suppression. This is not going to help our election process at all. They're lying to you. It's just propaganda from the Republicans so that they can use this as a mechanism to restrict people from voting so that less Democrats will inevitably vote in the election.
All right, I got you, buddy. Thank you. That's all I want to know.
For sure. Appreciate you coming up.
Yeah. All right, man.
Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
24.
Do you support Trump?
Mostly.
Like, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank, then we can move on to our conversation. Do you just give me one quick second? Kimberly, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll have to look for you. Just make sure to message in the beginning of the lives, and I'll probably end up seeing you. Jay, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you. I got you very much. Thank you. Michael, thank you for the $10. Ronald, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. As well as, again, Sari, thank you for the $5. Artie, why do you support Donald Trump?
Honestly, because he gets things done.
Okay.
From what I have seen in my own experience.
Okay. So
When
like,
he says he's going to do something, he generally gets it done.
Okay. So like,
Or
what
at least
campaign
tries.
promises did he uphold?
Well, the biggest thing I can think of is working on getting illegal immigrants out of the country.
He actually said that he has gone too far. He privately acknowledged that he's gone too far with the mass deportations.
I can honestly agree with that. I hadn't heard that yet, but I will say he did go a little bit too far. He's a very, what's the word? Narcissistic man. I will genuinely admit to that.
Okay.
And he
How
gets
is
a little bit
no new
overexcited
wars
about what he
going?
does. What?
How is no new wars going?
Well, technically, we're not actually in war. I know it's a complicated thing.
Even though both
Afghanistan
Trump and
technically wasn't
Hegseth
a
have
war.
referred to it as war?
That doesn't necessarily mean it is war, though. The war, it's a very complicated definition.
Then you just referred to it as a war?
I said war is a complicated definition. It's
I
technically
thought
a
you
conflict.
said the war.
Which
Sorry,
is what?
I apologize.
No. Congress has to declare war for it to be considered a war. Even Afghanistan, which my father went to Afghanistan and fought, wasn't considered a war.
You don't think that was a war?
That's not necessarily what I'm saying. I'm saying it wasn't legally considered a war.
So, I mean, I don't know what you designate to be war then. I think that clearly, since Trump and Hegseth have both referred to it as a war, I think that clearly means it's a war. Rubio's referred to it as a war. Israel's referring to it as a war. I think everyone's operating on the idea that it's a war, but you.
And Congress, and actually a lot of people I've talked to recently agree with me that it's not technically a war. I'm not saying
it
it's
is
right.
technically a war.
I want to make that
like
clear.
literally is. How do you define war?
I said Congress has to declare war for it to be considered war.
Okay.
That's how
So-
World War I, World War II, those were declared war.
Okay, so can I ask you a question then? Prior to the U.S. government existing, did wars exist?
Yes.
Yeah. So then, like,
Parliament in
Congress is
England
not a
declared war
necessary
many times.
qualifier of war in all circumstances because U.S. Congress is not the sole determinator of whether or not a war has occurred. Otherwise, war would not pre-exist that point. So the point I would then ask is, what is a war under your definition?
Sorry. Honestly, I'm not 100% sure what I would define as a war. That's not my point here, but I don't think my point matters at this point.
It does matter if your whole point here is that we're not in war when we clearly are in war. Right, like Trump himself has acknowledged it, Hegseth has acknowledged it, Rubio's acknowledged it, the entire administration acknowledges it based upon their notion of war. So if they acknowledge it based upon their notion of war, I don't think it matters if Congress has declared war yet. I think it's very clear that this is a war, right? It might be a war
okay.
not recognized by Congress, but that's still a war.
Well, let me ask you this. Has National Guard been sent for this war yet?
They've sent Marines to the Middle East.
Marines are different than National Guard. The
I never
president
said-
himself
I
can
know.
send Marines over. He
okay.
cannot send National Guard without the governor's permission.
Okay, you're talking about into states in the U.S., right?
Sorry, what was your question?
You said governors. That would be states in the U.S. then.
Yes, do you not know what National Guard is?
I know what the National Guard is. The National Guard is for the U.S. domestically, typically speaking at least, and it's literally like you said governors, which would mean applicable within the states. So I was confused.
It doesn't seem like you know how the military works.
Okay.
My boyfriend's a veteran. My dad's in the National Guard. My family has been in the military for years.
Okay, but you couldn't
you're
even
clearly not
define
understanding
war,
what I'm
so
saying.
You couldn't define war, so you clearly don't have any broader understanding. So I'm confused
Because
why you're
war is
using
a
that as a baseline to say that I don't know what I'm saying when quite literally you couldn't define the very word you were trying to say it wasn't, when literally everyone else recognizing it as war. Like literally Trump, Hegseth, Rubio. Again, the administration that you're supporting is acknowledging it's war. You're just trying to say it's not war because you're not trying to concede on the point that Trump said no new wars and then started war.
You really aren't getting my point here.
Because it's not making sense.
Well, you keep interrupting me when I'm trying to explain.
I think I let you explain. But go ahead.
War is a political term. It's not actually super important in what actually happens in day-to-day life. Conflict affects everyone, just like war would, and does.
Okay, I don't see how you're disputing it as a war. I don't think you explained how you're disputing it as a war. Everyone else acknowledges it. I don't know what the point is you're trying to make there. It clearly is against what Trump was trying to do originally, at least because they were saying they were trying to expel the warmongers from the government and the regime change forever wars, and now they're trying to do that very thing in Iran. You can't say that they're not trying to do regime change. They've bragged about taking out the Ayatollah.
And I didn't say that they weren't doing that.
So isn't that war?
Being completely honest, I don't know a lot about the current conflict or war or whatever you would like to call it. I've been really busy with work.
Okay.
You asked me why I voted for him. I said he gets things done. I didn't say he gets everything done.
Okay, so what
So
does
yes,
he got?
he said things that he promised things that he could not deliver or didn't deliver.
Okay. So
but
what?
for the most part, my life has improved under Trump versus it was worse under Biden.
Okay. How has your life improved under Trump due to Trump's actions?
Well, obviously, until recently, I will admit recently this has changed. Gas prices were going down. Grocery prices were going down.
Grocery prices were still going up, but now gas prices are going up definitely a lot, more than what it was under
Yes, I have
Biden's
noticed that.
administration. So, when Biden was leaving, so then why would you say that Trump is preferable if the very one thing that you're saying he's been able to do is actually worse off because of him?
I don't think it's worse than it was under Biden, at least not yet.
It is. When Biden
From
left
my
office, it was
personal
lower.
experience, I will say I don't know a lot about the politics, or not the politics, that's not the word I meant. The statistics. I will totally admit that.
I do, and I've looked at it, and specifically, the gas prices were higher at the end, or now than it was at the end of Biden's administration. Okay. And do you accept that to be true? I can show you if you'd like.
No, maybe I just need to do some more research. But I don't appreciate how people are yelling at me in the comments. I had not yelling at me, but calling me rude names. I had the impression that this would be a calm discussion. I'm calm, but the people in the comments do not seem to be calm.
Well, I mean,
I don't feel like I'm being...
the discussion is with me, right?
I feel like my discussion is with you and people in general. I mean, there's a lot of people on the conservative side that I talk to, which, to be fair, I am in the middle, is where I'd identify.
I think that we're having a discussion, just me and
But
you, and people are watching that.
I was saying that I've noticed people on the right are a lot kinder than people on the left. And I will applaud you for being very kind.
Did you know that your president called for the execution of some Democrats because they said if there was an unlawful order that you shouldn't follow it?
I don't remember hearing that.
Yeah, he posted that on his Truth Social page. Do you think that's pretty rude?
I don't know what Truth Social is.
That's his own social media platform that he made. After he got banned off of Twitter for denying the 2020 election results and trying to overthrow the country.
Well, I think a lot of that was very, what's the word? Convoluted. A lot of people were throwing a lot of, I am not a pedophile defender, thank you very much. If you, oh my God.
There's a cool ability that you have. You can hold down on the screen and click clear display, and it will get rid of the chat.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that option.
Just hold down on the screen. Like a menu should pop up from the bottom, and the top should say clear display. You just click on that, and it will get rid of the comments.
Yeah, all it says is report and not interested, but whatever. It's getting late in my time.
It should say that above report.
Anyway, it's getting late, so.
Okay. Before you leave, is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Um, Probably.
Such as?
It's been a long day, so nothing's coming to mind right at this moment, but
Could I ask you like about a specific thing?
sure.
Like if he was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, would you still vote for him?
No.
He was. Look up Trump liable essay. AP News. He was held liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will amongst a unanimous decision of 9 people in a jury. All 9 people indicated that Trump did this.
Well, I'll have to do my own research. Thank you for this discussion. I appreciate you being calm during this discussion.
For sure. I appreciate you coming up.
Something that I find rare nowadays.
Have a good day. Have a good day. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Vivian, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Susan with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Jordan, thank you for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, the selective reserves. That's exactly what it is. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get the next? Let's go on to the next individual here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? You're disgusting. You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
The election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Okay, so a few things. First of all, I think what he's doing with our foreign adversaries, such as Venezuela and Iran, is important. Venezuela was trying to traffic snow into the U.S. with the help of Colombia, and we took down their ships. I think that was, good for us, and it also helped take away oil from other adversaries like Russia and China who rely on Venezuela. Secondly, similar with Iran, I'm a little still on the fence about going in and taking out the Ayatollah. I think the first round where we took away their, I don't know if you can say the word weapons or whatever. Just don't want to say the full thing, but I think we all know what I'm talking about. I think that was good. I'm a little on the fence about what's going on right now because I don't want another 10 years boots on the ground Afghanistan. But I do think overall, a lot of people are missing the fact that by taking out, going into these countries, it's really helping prevent other countries like China and Russia from getting power and using weapons, which they do from these countries, as well as oil. So I'll start there. There's other things I like, but I think that this is a big thing.
How do you feel about the fact that Donald Trump pardoned the ex-president of Honduras that trafficked over 400 tons of sea drug to our country and was convicted of that?
Yeah, so I did hear about that. I haven't done a ton of research into that, honestly. I don't know what his reasoning is. Like, I honestly haven't read much about it to even really debate that. What is he just saying of why that's okay and not hypocritical?
He just doesn't accept the conviction, yet they were convicted.
Okay. Yeah, I honestly have not done enough research on that to really debate that.
Here would be my point. The people who are alleged to have DRUGS off the coast of Venezuela, we think it's okay to execute them. But the people who are convicted of doing so, we think it's okay to pardon them and release them onto the streets?
Sorry,
'Cause to me,
repeat that. The people
yes,
who what?
the people who are just alleged to have been trafficking DRUGS to our country, right? They deserve to
Mm-hmm.
be executed just for being alleged of doing so, right? But
Okay,
the people
so
specifically that were convicted of doing so deserve to be released onto the streets.
first of all, it wasn't, this is propaganda. It wasn't alleged. We saw that their ships had it. If you talk to people in Venezuela, they're very well aware that that was going on. They'll tell you that that was happening. It was not alleged. It's true. It's just propaganda that, oh, they're just shipping boats. Yeah, no. I
Then
think
why were there
anyone with a
family
brain
members
knows.
that came out and
Anyone
talked about
with
the
a
fact that
brain
they were
knows they're not
fishermen?
shipping boats.
Wait.
Um,
Not in all circumstances was that applicable. Most circumstances that was not applicable that they had that information or they had the intel. Specifically, if we're talking about the situations where people were talking about it within the context of Venezuela, well, actually, people came out and said that their family members were just literally fishermen and weren't associated with using or taking DRUGS anywhere, and that they were literally murdered. So
no,
I'm sorry. So
so,
again, the point that I'm making is that say you want intel, right? We
mhm.
could have got intel from any of the individuals that specifically, right, we were executing. Okay, we could have literally detained them, and we could have gotten intel about the operations if they actually did do this. There is legitimately no good reason to execute them. No good reason
It's
at
a
all.
national security threat that could unalive millions of Americans every year
And
from
most
what
of
they're
these
bringing
in
in.
some of these circumstances, we didn't have evidence they were even coming to the U.S. Right? Like, for
We
example, where they
did.
double tapped a boat off
We
the
did
coast of
have
Venezuela,
evidence.
right? They literally murdered people who were on a shipwrecked boat that were literally clinging to the side of the shipwrecked boat for like 40 minutes, where the boat was completely inoperable. It had no
Okay.
ability to make it to the United States, even with the gas that was inside of that specific ship. They didn't even have the capacity to make it to the United States.
So our internal intelligence told us that they were bringing snow into the U.S. With the help of Colombia. That was identified. I know that there's a lot of fake news and propaganda, left-wing run media that will tell you otherwise. But you guys, there was 100% DU or DRUGS on the ships.
Okay, so by the way, you think you have sufficient reason to believe that, yet you don't know any of the specifics of any of these cases, but you don't have sufficient reason to say that it's true about the person that was convicted just because Donald Trump says that it's not true. That makes no sense. That sounds like
So
bias to me.
the person who sorry, you're talking like so fast. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, so for Donald Trump, if he just says it, you're willing to believe it, but in the context of a
No.
conviction, you're not willing to believe it in the scenario with the individual that's the ex-president of Honduras.
Okay. So again, I don't know the details on the president of Honduras. I don't
But
don't
you
want
don't
to
know the
make a
details of any of
claim.
the specific
I
cases
don't
of the
want to make a
individuals that were bombed.
claim. I don't want to make a claim. I do know the case
No, you don't.
about Venezuela, and I do know the case about Iran.
Wait, for each individual
Um,
that was bombed, you know the specifics to indicate that they're guilty.
you're talking about the ships
Yes, the ones that
that
were bombed off the
were
coast of
taken out?
Venezuela.
Yes, I know that those were carrying DRUGS in them. Yes. Yes,
Okay, so
correct.
but do you have the specifics and evidence, right, yourself, that demonstrates that to be true for every single person that was bombed? No, right? So if you're
I
able to make a determination
how many
that they had
ships
necessary
were
evidence
hold
to be
on.
able to determine that to be true, in that scenario, and you're able to accept that to be the case, why aren't you able to accept it when they were convicted? Like, that literally makes no sense.
Okay, let me pull up. I don't know. Do you know how many ships were taken out?
I have to look back at the updated number.
Hold on.
But I'm just asking if you believe there were any of them that you don't have any
There
specifics
could have
on.
right. So
Like,
listen.
of course,
when you
there
look
were
at the overall
multiple that you
situation,
don't know the
right? Okay.
specifics on. The point I'm
So
making is
there
that you're
could have
typically
been
going to accept it to be true in the situations where the Trump administration just literally claims it. But if there's a conviction of it being true, oh, well, now you have to do more research. Do you see how you
Okay.
act differently? That's bias.
Right. So no, the thing is, what could there have been people who were just genuinely fishermen? 100%. Do I believe that that's a possibility? Yeah, I'm not going to rule that out. But at the same time, there's an imminent threat of them trafficking
No, there was not an
snow
imminent
into the
threat.
U.S.
You
That
don't know
is
what
a
an
that
imminent
is
threat
called
is
a
defined as.
national security threat, where
That's not an
millions and
imminent
millions
threat.
unalive from it every single
That's
year,
not an imminent
especially
threat.
when it's laced.
Okay,
Yes,
so
it is.
you're
We
talking about
have
things
the
being
right
so
to. We have
you're
the
literally
right to
just not
intervene
representing
if
this
it's a
properly.
national security threat.
Okay, so again, if it's a national security threat, we can literally limit this from happening by just detaining them. There is no reason to use lethal force. Lethal
and
force
that's
is not
arguable,
like
right?
you know that we can
Maybe
if we
you
can
were
remove
president,
the
you
imminent
wouldn't use lethal force, but
if you can remove an imminent threat without lethal force, would you prefer to do that?
if someone is trying to bring things over that's going to kill or unalive
You
millions
don't
of
even know if
people,
that's true.
then no. I do.
You don't
I
even know.
told
You don't have
It,
specifics on every single one of these
there's
scenarios. Yet you believe that to
articles
be
that
true.
say there's so many articles that say that those ships
Articles.
were
There are
carrying
articles that say the
DRUs,
ex-president of
yes.
Honduras
Yes,
is
on the
guilty.
AP News, which is
Yeah, and
typically
AP News
left-wing
also says that the
propaganda,
ex-president of
they even
Honduras is guilty.
mentioned
And AP News
they
also says the
even
ex-president of
yes,
Honduras
and
is guilty
like I
because he was
told you
convicted.
again, maybe that was
You
hypocritical.
need
I
to do
don't
more
like
research.
support every single thing that he does, but I'm saying with these specific examples, Iran and Venezuela, I do support. The Honduras thing might have been BS of Trump. I don't know. I haven't read into that. You could be totally right. I don't know. I'm just addressing things I do know. Another thing that I want to bring up is the SAVE Act. I think that is super important. Everyone needs an ID. People need an ID to get on an airplane.
I have a
People need
question.
an ID to drink alcohol. People need an
I
ID to
understand.
drive a car.
I understand.
So to think that the most important thing with
You already have
voting, you
that.
don't need an ID is
We
ridiculous.
already do. How did you register to vote without an ID?
Hmm?
How did you register to vote without any identification? Did you register to vote?
Well, I'm in Texas, but so this is hilarious because it's Washington. This is typical liberal. They just shipped all the ballots to everyone who's ever lived in Washington. So I had a ballot show up at my house, even though I haven't lived there in over 5-6 years.
Did you register to
That's what
vote?
happens with mail-in ballots. No,
But
I
did you
didn't.
register
I
to vote?
didn't. No,
You didn't
I
register to vote
A
and someone
ballot
sent
just
you a
showed up
ballot?
at my house.
That's not how it
Ballot
works.
just showed up at my house. Yeah, it
Not
did.
how it
My
works.
mom.
You have to
My
register
mom
to
called
vote.
me and was like, "I have your ballot."
Yeah, you have to register
Maybe
to
I
vote.
had registered years and
Yes,
years
you
ago,
probably
but not
did.
this year. Right,
So
but I'm saying
yeah, if you registered
that
though, you
is
still got a
ridiculous
ballot. Yeah.
that ballots are just getting shipped out
Oh
to
my
people who
God,
don't
I got
live
a
there.
ballot after I registered to vote. What the fuck? That's what you just
I
said.
didn't register to vote this year, and I registered in California. When I was living in California in college, I voted in California. So why is there a ballot showing up to my house in Washington?
But by the way,
That's
you don't.
the issue with mail-in ballots. It's BS.
No, so by the way, you don't have to register every single year. If you registered, you're going to get a ballot. Like I don't know why that's confusing to you.
Registered in
Okay?
California. Why is it showing up in
Okay,
Washington?
when you registered, did you have to provide identification? Absolutely.
Yes, but
That's
they
how
are
it works.
trying to take that
Also,
away.
also,
They are
secondly,
trying to eliminate
no, they're not.
voter ID.
No, they're not.
Yes, they
No,
are.
you're misunderstanding. We already have this in place. They're trying to add another thing on top of this that already exists. So it's
They're trying to add what?
unnecessary. They're trying to add this whole
No.
other process of needing identification on top of the already needing identification to register to vote. So that's the point that we're saying. This is a mechanism by the right and Republican Party to engage in voter suppression because there's nothing about this that makes the integrity of our elections better off. Literally nothing.
Okay, so do you think that people should need an ID to vote?
They already do.
No, I'm asking your stance because the left is arguing that
you
a lot
already
that people
do
don't
to
have
register to
IDs.
vote.
So, oh no, poor them. That
They
people don't
already
have IDs.
they
We
already
need-
do to register to vote.
The argument, though, on the left is that people don't have IDs, especially in lower income areas, and that's
So
why
it's
we should
they
get
don't
rid
have
of voter
they don't
ID.
have the documents that they want that the Republican Party wants from them now. They already register to vote, meaning they already provide the proper recommendation or proper identification.
So what
There
do
is
you
not
need
a
to register
common
to
trend
vote?
of undocumented immigrants voting and changing election results. This is a non-issue that Republicans are literally trying to bring up to engage in voter suppression, and you're buying it.
It's
There's
not
no
voter
argument. You have
suppression.
literally nothing to justify
there
your
is
position.
tons of fraud that happens all over the place.
No,
And if
you
you
think
don't realize
undocumented
that,
immigrants
you're
are voting
living
en
under
masse? You're
rock.
just wrong. Undocumented
No, I'm not
immigrants would
talking
not
about. I'm
be
talking
under
about
threat
in
of deportation
general,
just to go
fraud.
vote. That's ridiculous.
I'm talking, but if we get rid of voter ID, there is going to be mass amounts of illegal.
We're not getting rid of voter ID. That's not what the bill is. The Save America Act is to instill more restrictions on who can vote by imposing more identification that you have to specifically provide after you've already provided identification. Okay, that's the point I'm making, is that we've already, at this point, verified someone's identification, and you're saying, oh, we need to verify it again after we've already verified it. That's an irrelevant, useless process that's costly for no fucking reason, and is just going to limit
We
people from
need
being able to vote rather than
of
actually secure our
citizenship.
elections. We already have secure elections.
citizenship.
There's nothing about what we're doing
No,
here
we
that will
don't.
secure the
No, we
elections to a
don't.
greater
We have
extent. You're
Dominion
literally
voting
just
machines.
lying.
Dominion voting machines.
Oh yeah, make up lies about the election because it makes you
It's
feel
not-
good about
I'm
the
not
fact that
making
Trump
up
lost the
lies.
election in 2020. Do you
Nope.
believe Trump
That
lost?
was- Okay, let me ask you this. So
Wait, do you believe
Biden,
Trump lost in 2020?
no, I kind of think he won. I'm gonna tell you
Exactly.
why.
So you still
So
deny the
listen,
2020 election results? Are you kidding me? By the way, you just got a
right? Because
misinformation
this is
flag.
a left-wing propaganda China app. But anyways,
It's owned by one of Trump's
it's
friends.
literally everything.
This is
outside
owned by
China
one of
is
Trump's
all
friends. What are you talking
BS.
about? A left-wing
It was
app.
developed in
Larry
China.
Ellison is a friend of Trump.
Okay. So
What are you
let me ask
talking
you, Joe
about?
Biden
Dude,
supposedly got the most votes
just
of
pause.
any
You
American
did not just say
president.
that. You did not just say that. You just said it's owned by left-wing individuals. It's owned literally by Larry Ellison, and it was sold to him
It
specifically
was
because he's a Trump
first
ally.
developed in China and built by China.
Okay,
I
that
don't
doesn't
know
matter
who
who
owns
the
it
fucking
now,
owner is right
but
now.
they flag everything that's like anytime a Republican wants to say anything, take it down to no.
And
It
Twitter
is
used to not
rampant.
be owned by Elon Musk. What's your point?
What?
Twitter used to not be owned by Elon Musk. What's your point?
My point is, it is still flagging Republicans and conservatives and trying to take them down. But anyways,
It's
my
not flagging
question to
just
you
it's
is,
not it's
so
not
you
just
think Joe
flagging
Biden got the
conservatives.
most
I get
votes
flags
of
too.
any
I'm literally on
president
my
ever?
third account. Like, what are you talking about? What's up?
So Joe Biden supposedly had the most votes of any U.S. president when he won. Do you really think that happened? I mean, more popular than JFK, more popular, than Ronald Reagan, than
Because
some of
there's
the
because there's a
yeah,
greater population. That's not a
right. I know
complicated thing
that,
to understand.
but still, he got more votes than Obama.
Yeah.
Even let's say the population did go up, and obviously it goes up every year, right? I'm not stupid. He's still, in my mind, I think it's really, really ridiculous and points to that something's off, that he
So
got
by the
the most
way,
votes.
Biden
Even
dog walked
liberals
Trump
didn't
in
want
the
him.
election
Liberals
so bad
wanted
that you can't
Bernie.
even believe that it happened to that degree.
No, liberals wanted Bernie. No one even voted for Biden. He was put in as a
What do you mean
puppet
liberals
on the
wanted
left.
Bernie? Okay, I'm sorry.
Let me ask you
Hold on,
this.
pause. I
When
like Bernie.
back,
I really like Bernie.
right,
Pause real
yeah,
quick.
exactly.
I really
Did you
like
want
Bernie.
Biden or
Pause,
did you
pause.
want Bernie?
I would prefer Bernie over Biden, but what you're
Right.
not understanding
Yeah.
is that
Most
Biden
people
did win
did.
the primary. That's just a fact.
Right.
If you look at the primary,
they put him
stop
in as a
talking over me,
puppet.
please. Just let me make this point, please. So Biden won the primary. Bernie lost the primary. I wanted Bernie to win, but I inevitably acknowledged that Bernie lost the primary. Okay, so more people voted for Joe Biden.
Yeah, supposedly. I don't believe that. I think that was
Supposedly. So you keep just
I'm
denying
just
election
this is
results.
my personal opinion. That I think there's a lot.
Yeah,
of
it's your
fraud
personal
in the
opinion. That's what
uniparty.
based on what evidence?
I think there's a uniparty and they all work
What
together. So
evidence
whatever.
is your position based upon?
Because majority of people that I would talk to,
What
and
evidence
again, I was
what evidence is your position based upon?
based upon the Democratic national debate, based upon my own personal conversations with liberals, based upon most people wanted Bernie. I didn't hear anyone showing real support for Biden. Like, it's just obvious. If you really dig in and do the research and you use your brain, you're like, something seems off. Yeah, it is off. He was just handpicked by the DNC. Like, I'm sorry.
He literally won the primary.
Right. Okay, whatever. We don't have to argue about this because yeah, but whatever. So anyways,
Okay. People absolutely did vote for Biden. People absolutely did want Biden. You're just not acknowledging it.
Most votes out of any president ever, guys.
Yeah, he literally
sure.
exactly.
For sure.
You're proving it.
For
You're
sure.
proving it. Yeah,
For
he did.
sure.
He got the most votes of any presidential candidate in U.S.
Yeah,
history.
not ever
And you're
believing
coping. You're coping. You
Not
can't
ever
acknowledge the fact that Joe Biden got more
no
votes
one
than any
wanted
candidate
him.
in U.S.
Ask
fucking
any
history.
liberal. They didn't even want no
Wait, so
one.
let me ask you this question. How come they could steal the election in 2020 when Trump was in office, but they couldn't steal the election in 2024 when Biden was in office?
Because it would be way too obvious. There's already so much heat
That
on
makes
them.
no
There's already
sense.
trials
That makes
about the
literally no
Dominion voting
sense.
machines. There was already all those videos in Georgia of them shoving ballots in after the
And if
doors
they could
shut.
get away with it in
Yeah.
2020, couldn't they
Because
get away
I
with it
just
after?
told
You understand that
it would
Trump
be
literally
way too obvious.
Wait, pause real quick. Trump literally claimed that the election was going to be rigged through mail-in ballots prior to the 2020 election. Okay? So he did the same very thing after. There were eyes on it prior to the 2020 election. So there were literally more audits, more things that were overlooking the 2020 election than the 2024 election. I don't even know why you're arguing this. This is like an incoherent argument.
Because I just told you my opinion. I think if they tried to cheat it again, there would be a huge civil war and outrage amongst Americans because it was very clear the first time around what happened. There's lawsuits. You know that the Dominion voting machines, there was lawsuits regarding that. Apparently, they proved there wasn't
court
fraud,
case
but
indicated
again,
you to be true? What court case agreed with you?
yeah, no, they said that there wasn't fraud. But again, I told you, I don't like
60 plus
whatever.
court
They
cases with
all-
Republican
they all
and
work
Trump
together.
appointed judges.
The fact that so much goes on, like Epstein supposedly unalives, no, we know that
That
there
was
is
under
BS
Trump's admin.
happening all around us.
That
I'm not
narrative
hearing
came
about the
from
president.
Trump's government.
They all work together, Parker. The Clintons
Yeah,
and
so
the
you're
Bushes
saying
are
you're saying
friends.
Trump
They
works
all
with
are
Epstein?
on one uniparty. Bernie
No
is not the
evidence of that.
uniparty. Trump is not the uniparty. So that's
Trump
why they
literally
don't like
is.
him.
Trump
Republicans
literally was
don't
best
like
friends with
Trump
Epstein.
because he's not in the uniparty.
Okay, so then why do you think right now that Trump's not releasing the Epstein files? Why do you think he took us to war with Iran?
He did release them.
No, he didn't. Not all the Epstein files have been released. And also they've
He
literally
released
limited
like thousands and thousands of files. I
but
know
they did
that
not
they
release
said some
all
were
the files.
redacted, but
They've purposefully not released things that were associated with allegations targeted towards Trump. Specifically, the conclusions associated with the interviews with someone specifically that alleged that Donald Trump sexually assaulted her, right, when she was a minor, right, literally by when she was trafficked to Donald Trump by Epstein. Right, she got a settlement with the Epstein estate, so her accusations against Epstein were determined to be credible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do I think that Trump could have been around him? For sure. I probably. Do I think that he was hurting children and like raping them? No. I don't believe that. But I don't know. I mean, there's so many people around Epstein. That just, again, goes to prove my point of, like, what's happening in our world. We see these disgusting things unfolded, but we think it's so crazy that there could be a uniparty. I mean, it's like, open your eyes. He didn't unalive himself in that cell. He was
That was
taken
Trump's
out.
government that said that.
Right. I don't care who said it. I'm just saying
It
that
does
didn't
matter who said it.
happen. I'm just saying it
By the way,
didn't
you can't
happen.
make this.
Like,
Hey,
it's the
I'm sorry.
broader picture
You
of,
have
like,
no
stop
evidence of this
believing
whole
everything
uniparty
you
thing.
hear.
I'm sorry. Everyone's saying this whole uniparty thing. What does that even mean? When there are clear
means-
differences, listen, when there are clear differences between both the Republican and the Democratic Party, clear differences in outcomes in the way that it impacts people in this country, how can you say that they're the very same? There's literally no evidence indicating that they're the exact
There is.
same. There's no evidence at all. What's your evidence?
So they work together to get people elected that they want to get elected that they can easily control.
Who's that?
For example, the Bushes are longtime politicians. They work together with people like the Clintons. They help each other get things passed. They've been in government for years and
That's
years.
called bipartisan
And Mitch
legislation.
McConnell, another great example. He's a
That's
rhino,
bipartisan
Republican in name only.
legislation. That is not uniparty. That's bipartisan legislation. Like that's
They're all
working
working
with
together.
Democrats
Okay,
and
let me-
Republicans
so
together to
why-
pass
so
policy.
Someone like Bernie, who
That's
is
not
more popular
uniparty.
than Biden, was not part of this uniparty, and that's why he wasn't.
Yes, he
picked.
is. Bernie
Bernie's
is involved.
not. Nope.
Bernie has worked with Republicans to pass legislation. Do you know that?
That's not what I mean by a uniparty. I mean deep state. I
That's
mean
literally
people
what
who-
you just said.
I mean a
You
deep,
just said
deep
that
state.
Democrats working with Republicans means that they're a uniparty. Bernie
Yeah,
has
it's part
worked
of
with
it. It
Republicans to
doesn't
pass
mean-
legislation. Stop.
Right.
Listen to the
Everyone
points I'm
has
making.
to. Okay, whatever. We can get off to this topic because I know it's my theory and it's not really like fact. Like, it's just my theory. But the
It's something you have
SAVE
no
Act
evidence
was
to
what I was
substantiate
talking
is the
about
point I'm saying.
earlier, is requiring proof of citizenship. Why do you think that's a bad idea?
Again, I think that this is unnecessary to verifying people's identification. We already have verified their identification. It's an unnecessary barrier on top. You know what? How about this? I think there should have to be DNA.
You think that there should
Yeah.
have to be no
Yeah,
DNA
but-
doesn't prove of where you're from. A
Yeah,
citizenship
it proves that
you're-
you are
you're
who
a
you say you
citizen of
are.
The U.S.
It proves that you are who you say you are. So we need DNA to
Who
ensure
cares?
that you are who you say you are before you vote.
That's not going to solve it. We want to make sure
Yes,
these
it
people
will.
are American
That will
citizens,
100%
not
identify
illegal
that it is you
immigrants.
who you say you are. It will 100% identify that.
I mean,
Why
that,
not?
that will help with some of the fraud.
Why not?
'cause
Why
again,
not doing
in
that?
states where
Why
it's all
should we not do
mail-in
that?
ballots, you can
Tell
just
me
fill out
why not?
people's and
Answer this question specifically. Why would we not do that? Maybe
use
because it's a
DNA.
little bit.
I
Yeah.
think that is a good idea, and I actually agree
Are you
that
fucking
that would help
serious?
solve part of it. But
No,
I,
it
but I
wouldn't.
do
Oh my
think
God,
the
that would be
most-
horrible.
The most important thing
What are you
is
talking
the
about?
citizenship piece.
We need people
to prove
right now.
who they
Stop
say
right
they
now.
are when voting.
Stop right now. Stop. What do you mean that's a good idea? I brought that up to show you how fucking ridiculous that would be. What do you mean that's a good idea? DNA before what are you talking? DNA before we vote? Or are you serious? I was trying to bring it up because it's clearly absurd and an out of your way just to verify who you are, right? To be able to vote, and it wouldn't help the integrity of our elections at all, and it's incredibly invasive and a violation of our privacy rights. So that's the point I'm making, and it's voter suppression. That's what it would be. So the point that I'm making is that this works as voter suppression and does not actually legitimize our elections to any greater degree.
So election fraud has gotten so bad to the point where, yeah, I don't think it's necessary to use DNA. Again, I was like, but it's super important to prove who you are and where you're from. The reason Democrats don't want you to have to show citizenship is they want to be able to flood the ballot boxes with illegal immigrants who tend to vote left and just change elections.
Undocumented immigrants don't vote. So I don't know why that's an argument.
In states where there's mail-in ballots and you can just collect ballots. I'm from Seattle, lived there for 18 years. You see people
Every state's
are
mail-in.
buying
Trump
ballots
voted
on the
mail-in.
streets.
No, you can't just like pick up mail-in ballots on the streets and vote for someone. What are you talking about? There are signatures to verify.
I swear on my life. Yes.
I know. One of my good friends lives in
shipped
Seattle.
my ballot in for me from Washington, and it counted. You can track it with the ID and everything.
Oh my god.
And it counted. It's so easy.
Did you sign off on it?
No.
So you just admitted to committing voter fraud.
I texted her Trump.
You just admitted to committing voter fraud.
No, I texted her Trump, but the point is,
you just said if you did not sign off on it, you just admitted to committing voter fraud.
I didn't sign my signature though. So I'm saying anyone.
Yeah, that means you committed voter fraud.
Been unalive for years. Their ballots were.
Oh my God! Stop. Pause.
Yes.
Pause.
Yeah.
You have to sign it. I just want to clarify. She can give it in for you, but you had to sign it. You just admitted to committing voter fraud on a live in front of literally almost 9,000 people. Why would you admit that?
Because it's proving a point of how ridiculous.
I committed voter fraud, therefore I committed voter fraud to support Donald Trump. Therefore, actually, Democrats are trying to steal the elections like you've never seen before.
You're missing the bigger picture. The fact that that's so easy to commit in states with mail-in ballots. Yeah, we can use me as an example of my mom. That's fine. To prove my point of it's ridiculous. You need to have citizenship. It should not be mail-in ballots unless you have a reason of why you can't get to the polling station. And yeah.
You did not just say, I committed voter fraud, therefore there was too much voter fraud to overturn the election. That is literally no way that was your argument.
I told my mom to put Trump, but no, I wasn't there. She sent it in for me. And there's people who have been unalive who their ballots are still showing up. What do you have to say about that?
By the way, like in the ultimate scheme of things, I don't ultimately have an issue with that because inevitably speaking, right, that was the way you're going to vote anyway. And it's literally you would have filled out the ballot. It was just with your mom. I genuinely myself don't have an issue with it because it was that way. But you're the one saying that you have an issue with this.
Yes, because this is a specific example. For instance, let's say there's someone who doesn't talk to their parents. They're not close. Their parents are receiving the ballots and they fill them out how they want. Then what do you say about that? That's not okay.
Then you can go after that person for that.
But do you know that Washington was the only
There's
state
just
in
no
the US
evidence.
that didn't vote more red?
Although this could be something. Listen, although this could be something specifically to address, does not mean that there was sufficient voter fraud to overturn the election, or that there's a bunch of voter fraud in our elections. If there is fraud, we can go after that. You understand that, right? We have laws about voter fraud to go after that.
But how
and by
would
the way,
you know?
You unironically implicated your mom, so I just want to let you know.
Yeah, that's fine. I already said I'm fine to do that to make a point.
You're fine of implicating your mom just for a TikTok live
nothing's
point.
Gonna happen. Like, okay, whatever, move on.
I mean, it probably won't, but you are risking it, like unironically.
Okay.
Like that's
I
probably,
literally don't. Like,
I mean, it probably nothing will happen because you did it to support Trump. So probably nothing will happen to you. You're right.
Mm-hmm. And the point is, when you look at Washington was the only state that didn't vote more red. Every other state in the U.S. voted more red in this past presidential election. That again kind of points at, states with only mail-in. States with only mail-in. Why is it going more blue? The only state out of 50. Interesting.
What's getting more blue? Sorry.
Washington was the only state that didn't go slightly more red in the presidential election. Every 49 other states voted more red. It was the only one that went more blue. And it's one of the only ones that has
Okay,
only
I do have to
mail-in
kick you now
ballots.
because you got a misinformation flag again, which means I have to hit a restart. But like, actually, it means I'll probably get off. But like, that's ridiculous. Democrats stole the election in Washington. For what? We already were winning Washington. Why would we steal a state we're already winning? Like, someone make it make sense. Washington is overwhelmingly liberal. Why would we steal a state we're already winning? Please, somebody make it make sense to me. That's like saying that the Democrats stole the election in California. Are you serious? Are you kidding me? Oh, come on. Oh, no. Please save us. Isabel, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. John, thank you for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Jenny, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for kick ass. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Caroline, thank you for the $20 to $5. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Brianna, thank you for the $2. Mary, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if she knows that. That is definitely true. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. Hey, everybody. I'm just going to answer questions for the next few minutes. My debates are done for now. I'm going to answer questions for the next few minutes. And then I'm just going to get off. So probably like the next 10 minutes or so, I'm going to answer questions. If you have any questions, you can ask me in the chat, or you can send me a message over Venmo or PayPal, and I will respond to those. That will probably be the easiest way to ensure that I do respond, through Venmo and PayPal. Otherwise, I will answer people's questions in the comment section. Bree, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. I know, it's a bit brutal, isn't it? Thank you very much. How many people here have seen the Manosphere documentary that just came out? I've heard a bit about that. I've seen clips and whatnot about it, but I haven't seen the whole thing yet. I know that there's a lot of discourse about it right now. Me. It's great. Some people say truly painful. Yeah, I bet. Like, the Manosphere is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Mike, thank you for the $2. Yes, I did. Actually, wait. I don't think I did catch up. Not the most recent one. I saw the second to most recent one. I do need to actually catch up with that one. Landon, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I'm not scared. No, I'm not. I just don't have time, of course. I need a 1v1 Dean in Fortnite again. That'd be fun. What's the Manosphere? It's kind of like the Red Pill right-wing content creators. I thought he would have talked to Clavicular, because I'd categorize him as Red Pill. Taryn, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. How do you personally talk to your conservative family members about politics? Whenever it comes up, directly just giving my thoughts on it. Like if they say something like disagreeing, or giving my opinion or something like that, if the conversation's prompted. Let me make sure I've caught up real quick. Mason, thank you for the $5 for, do you have a hard time doing this daily for those doing this full time? Would you recommend not because of mental health? Yeah, for most people, I would probably not recommend to do it every single day like me. I do think like uniquely, like I do this because it's my hyperfixation. It's something I really love and something I'm really like into, and it's what I want to do on a daily basis. Like, and I almost feel worse if I don't. But for most people, I would recommend it's good to take breaks. And it's useful for people. I feel like it's yet less useful for me because I don't like taking breaks very often. Not a fun thing for me. Let me try to catch up everything here on Venmo and stuff. Let me go to my email. That will be easier to catch up, because otherwise I get caught up with all the other notifications. Alrighty, here, give me 1 second, everyone. Let me catch up that way. Jenny, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Landon, thank you for the $2. Emmy, thank you for the 10 cents. Killian, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for love your debates. I'm elevated right now. I keep responding to their points. Here's a question I got from work the other day. Would you rather be itchy or tickled? It depends, I guess. I don't know. Michelle, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for what is next for you beyond TikTok politics commentary. I do think that I like what I'm doing right here. I think I probably will build on top of this and do other stuff. I don't know what I'm inevitably going to be, put into, or not. I guess why did I say put into? I guess what I'm going to go into. Where the DNC is going to put me, where I'm going to choose to go next. I don't know yet. I kind of like what I do right now, and I think I've found what I aspire to keep doing for at least the short term. I'm gonna keep doing this forever, at least debating and doing this for this foreseeable future, and probably in the long term. Like I can see myself doing this in 5-10 years easily. But I don't know if I would build on top of this and maybe do a podcast or something else on top of this or something. What is new? Thank you for the $30. Thank you so much. Phenomenal job, Parker. Like always, fighting the good fight. Well, thank you so much. What is new? I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. Landon, thank you for the 67 cents for happy birthday. It's not my birthday quite yet. It will be very soon. Rachel, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Are you a movie person? What's your favorite movie of 2025? I don't know if I'd be able to pick a favorite movie of 2025, but sorry. But I do like movies. I really only watch movies whenever I'm with my girlfriend, though. Brianna, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you for, I think they were talking about the last person. Let me make sure to go on to the next person. Jennifer, thank you for the $1 for have you looked into Islam? Read the Quran. I haven't read the Quran. I have looked into it. I actually took a religious class in college, and I've been, interested in religion prior to doing a bunch of politics on here. I used to do religious debates here on all the time. So I've been interested in, I haven't found Christianity, Islam, Judaism, or any other religions to be convincing. Rainey, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for, have you ever had a dream about debating MAGA, lol, because you do it so often? I don't want to say I do have debates about that very often. Kenzie, thank you so much. I can't remember any time I have. Kenzie, thank you for the $5 for literally just registered to vote for the first time ever. Thanks to you indeed. Well, thank you so much. That's amazing to hear. W's for you in the comment section. Jerry, thank you for the $2. Thank you for cheers. Well, what would you label yourself politically? A social democrat or a progressive liberal? Those are my typical ones. Diana, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Generally good. Colton, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Have you ever thought about doing a live where you have former Trump supporters on to discuss what changed their minds? Could be fascinating. I've thought about that before. I've definitely thought about that. Maybe we'll do that here pretty maybe for a video or something. Landon, thank you for the 60 cents for happy not birthday. Well, thank you very much. Carly, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you so much. Last guest was so brainwashed. It is devastatingly sad how so many people share those same ideals. I know, right? It's pretty ridiculous. Of course, with any of the callers that come up on the stream, of course. Gabrielle, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you for sorry. Only for $1. Don't worry. I just appreciate you being here. But I wanted to let you know that in Washington State, King County and Clark County made up the majority of the state votes, and both are left-leaning. So no matter what, they outweigh the rest of the state in many votes. Well, yeah, of course. Yeah, I definitely know that Washington's super liberal. There's definitely no way that the conservatives would have won. Sabrina, thank you for the $5. I don't know. I don't see myself running for office or anything like that, but maybe. Mason, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Not today. Emmy, thank you for the 10 cents for in my American Gov class. I have the first debate coming up. There's a few topics I can choose from, and I'm going to pick what I'm going to pick is age limit for running for president. Do you have any tips? Yeah, I just think that showing arguments bipartisanly to say that there are examples on both sides where it just doesn't make sense is good, or even talking about how we don't allow people prior to 35. So if we don't allow people prior to 35, we at least put certain standards, and those certain standards would probably be relevant towards at least analyzing people after this point. And I think that's a really good argument. So I have some people to thank over. Let me make sure to open up I got to open up PayPal. Give me one quick second real quick. Give me one quick second. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. I'm answering questions right now, so you can ask me right now, and I will try to get to it. It's probably going to be like 8:35. Kira, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you very much. How'd you meet your girlfriend? I actually met her through Hinge. Mike, thank you for the $1.11. Thank you very much. You should watch that pit episode soon. I definitely will. Yeah, I would definitely I'm gonna see that very soon. I'll let my girlfriend know about it. Kimberly, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. For where do you get your news/facts? AP News, NPR, PBS, Reuters. I've read USA Facts. Also watching Heather Cox or Midas Touch. You, Dean Santana. Dina's recommended AP News. So I also did. You see the website. So all thorough. Thank you for being you. Survivor SA Kidnap AJ. Well, I'm so sorry to hear that. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Kimberly in the comment section right now? I think I gave you a few points there specifically in terms of places. Those are great. Ashley, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for your opinion on California governor race and candidates. Yeah, there's a lot of split support right now. I'm kind of waiting to see which one is enough support to say that they're going to win, because it's the top two candidates. So it could actually be the two Republicans, because the two candidates leading in the polls are actually Republicans right now. And the California primaries picks the top two. So we have to pick the most electable Democrat. There's 3 Democrats that have pretty similar support. One of them needs a draw. We need people to band together. And that's what needs to happen. Pyro, thank you for the $5 for, what do you think about water shortage in Corpus could increase gas and oil prices? I mean, I bet I'd have to look more into it. Sorry, my girlfriend might be wanting me to get off real quick. Vanessa, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm not quite sure what they meant. Ronald, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you very much for. I do have to get off here. Let me thank everyone real quick, and then I'll make sure to get off. I saw your Parker get a job endorsement. Oh, that was really funny. I know, right? I saw your message earlier. It was really, really funny. Let me thank everyone. I do apologize, everyone. I got to get going right now. Jeanette, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, I have told Matt about my name almost being Matt. Anna, thank you so much for the 25 cents. For did you and Momo get along? I actually haven't met Momo. I need to. Marcelina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. For Dean returned baby Jesus. No, he still has it stolen. Michaela, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For what it take to get a Marge meet and greet? Probably never. Lucille, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For have you and Dean considered college tours like Kirk? Yes, definitely have. But I've definitely considered or definitely worried about doing that because of, everything that's been happening and, especially what happened to him even. Sabrina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, Azalea. Thank you so much for the 27 cents. Mark, thank you for the $10. If I missed your donation, I really do apologize. I got to get off tonight, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I love everyone. I will see everyone later. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see everyone tomorrow.